Destroys our generation. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in my life. Looking for inspiration all this time. Looking for
Alrighty, folks, we are at it here. Here we are. Spline Design Studios Saturday, another edition. Track is loaded. I was just checking some things out, I guess, as far as checking audios. Channel point redemption sound alert should be fixed. So for anybody that does care to want to test that out for me, I guess, as far as to ensure, I guess that it is, from what I've tested, checking everything out there, it should be working fine. So those are the only thing that we had a little bit of a problem yesterday during Farm Friday. A little bit of issue, I guess, with that, and hopefully that's been resolved. But yeah, track is loaded. We do have some new items here to be able to go over here, and it does primarily focus on the infield and victory lane objects that are retained, I guess, within the infield there. So that's what we're going to be focusing on here. Done some initial conversation, I guess, with Torch, I guess, as far as restream, and there's some little bit of adjustments that we can make there, but it's they're very minor as far as to get everything where it needs to be. Definitely hope everybody's doing well, I guess, on this Saturday. It's a little chilly today. Definitely a little chilly out there. It's definitely feels like fall. It's a little damp, it's a little cloudy, it's a little cool. So yeah, I think Mother Nature's definitely taken on the form of fall, as it is here officially. It's been here for a little bit, since about end of September there. So, all right. So a couple things that I've got loaded up in here. So one of the things I was discussing with Torch pre-stream, got the new infield's brand new latest infield object, and it's very well buttoned up. I guess as far as very clean, as far as the lack of gaps that we showed last stream is definitely still a little bit of gappage, but not nearly as much. So I'm noticing just like areas like this and such like that, very, 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 very much improved. What I thought was pretty cool is the fact that it's got a tunnel here in it. That is pretty wild, like that. Now, when I mentioned this, as far as that's evident on both ends here, as far as the tunnel on here. What I find this to be is something pretty. It kind of goes on the idea of what I was talking about, is putting an obstacle or like a booby trap in the infield, because the way I was demonstrating as far as being able to have access to this infield and being able to do laps within the infield and potentially having a faster time, especially in a league setting, as far as an online on a server. This would definitely take care of that, I feel, because you're definitely going to have a rough time hitting this edge, and I'll probably be able to demonstrate that in the sim here at some point in the stream here. But I think that is going to take care of that problem. You would have to come way inside of this thing to make sure you're not clipping onto this lip here, I guess, as far as that starts the tunnel. So it's going to be really tough for people like that. So that's a really I don't know how else to put it. It's a pretty ingenious type of booby trap to put in the infield. So not only does it give it aesthetic value, but it's also real. The fact that the tunnels are in that position, because we got the LiDAR, I guess, to be able to authenticate that. And the fact that they line up almost perfectly with the way the roadways are on this texture for the infield object. So kind of pan over here to the other end, just to kind of give you, so we're following that road that goes, basically dissects the infield, you know, kind of like almost down the middle. You can see how this road kind of just winds right into this tunnel turn. Pretty cool. Now the fact that I don't know if you'll be able to drive into that, that's not really pertinent. You don't really need it to have that, but I think the fact that it's got that, just that little bit of, so if you were to put a camera in the infield here, for example, you'd definitely be able to tell there's a tunnel there. That's pretty cool. And also adds that element, I guess, of having a booby trap within the infield here, so that you would have a very tough time as far as doing laps in the infield. And because you'd have to definitely navigate around this tunnel, these lips on here. And we'll be able to, like I said, we'll be able to test that in the sim here at some point. as we usually try to do for Spline Design Studios Saturday, we always like to test out the work that's been done, and also check the integrity of the track. Yeah, just kind of looking through here. So one of the things that Torch has done as well, you know, just to kind of coincide with this new infield object, is to kind of close up. So he's added F section in here. I have also observed that let's go back to geometry here real quick. Pretty cool wholesale changes since yeah, so on this segment, for example, we do have it open on the left, so we do have that access. I tried to point out, I guess, as far as in last stream. So we got all this is opened up. Whoops. Grab the right part here. So these are all open on the left, so we'll be able to have access to that victory lane area in particular. Whether or not it gets opened up further, I guess, as far as to gain access, I guess, to like the garage here, that's still yet to be determined, I'm sure. But at least to have access to that victory lane. There's Torch. How are we doing here, Torch? Playing the shots. Give it a shot. Got successful on the shot. Oh, and then it took all that back and then some, I guess, on the risk. And then only missed it by one emote on the slots there. Just warming it up. Right there, Torch. You're just warming it up. Pretty cool. Alright. Make sure everything's so yeah, at some point there, Torch, I guess, if you are tuning in, as well as anybody else for that matter, I can ensure whatever that the channel point redemption, sound alert redemptions are working. I did fix that and kind of fiddle with that, I guess, as far as prior to the start of stream, and that should be working. If they're not, then not 100% sure. Alrighty then. So getting back into what we're going to be so now that we've got all these new items, I guess, as far as the infield object and things like that, this is still based on the original construct of the victory lane that we've done in the last couple of streams. There does seem to be a little bit more adjustment needed to apply to the victory lane as far as the height of it, for example, as far as how high it is off the ground, for example. So what I did do is bring it up back in here into max. Okay, so we got the model in here, and this is after already raising it up a little bit. So Torch just was kind of give you some clarification. I was going to try and explain that. I figured it'd probably be better just to show it to you on stream. So this white object here represents the new 3D model for the infield. You can see the tunnel pieces, how those line up and such. Now all I did was just take that and build that out, I guess, as far as based on a 3D sim ed model, just to kind of I'm gonna get that bot. Yeah, I don't doubt that. So all I did was just take this to having something in there for reference, and I did this previously, I guess, as far as with the before this version of the infield object. I put this into 3D sim ed just so I had something to put into max, set that to 0 and all that good stuff, and then see where everything is landing. Primarily this part, like I said, this victory lane, as far as what further adjustments need to be done. And I'm noticing that there is some that do need to be done. Now, with all that being said, I think there's going to be a little bit of adjustment to both, because if I raise... Now, again, just to kind of reemphasize, this white object represents the new 3D model for the infield. This is the one you just did, Torch. So this model here, because as far as for the victory lane, it's already been raised up. I had it initially at a 6.098, and I've already raised it up almost a half a meter. And this is where it lands, right? And by doing that, I might need to make I'm coming to the conclusion I might have to make some adjustments to the height of the actual building, because look at how it lands. Because what we're noticing, I guess, is to make some further clarification, it's cutting off by just setting everything else to 0, right? So if I got this at 0 as far as the victory lane and Torch's new model, which are both set at 0, 0, 0, it's cutting off the bottom end of the victory lane object. So that means one and or both of the objects needs to be either raised up or down. So between the infield object and that, and it's very, very minimal. We're talking like a fraction, just fractions, I guess, of movement. We're not talking like a huge adjustment. So, Gabe Soul Reaper, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well on Saturday. Yeah, so we're getting a little bit creative, just like I mentioned, I guess, as far as on Farmer Friday yesterday. Here we are. Welcome on in. I'm glad to have you. Oh, look at that. Torch it's just playing with Torch. Good lord, that thing is loud. Yeah, and I guess that's the whole idea, right? So that should be ones on the sound panel. As I was mentioning before, too, the channel point redemption one should also be working as well. I did do some work on those as well. So, yeah, thanks for testing that out there, Gabe. Much appreciated. Keep in mind, too, that a lot of those sound alert redemptions, they are on a cooldown. Some range anywhere from 15 seconds to 30 seconds, some even longer, so just be aware of that. And that's only to eliminate any potential spamming of those, but also to give other viewers, I guess, the opportunity, I guess, to be able to use those as well. So that's just kind of by design. We don't want to be spamming those. Ooh. Gabe, giving us 100 biddies. Thank you for the biddies, Gabe. Appreciate it. Very much appreciated. Nice. Yeah, so I got a little bit, this goes back to last Halloween. For anybody that doesn't know, last Halloween or whatever, I put in that sound alert, I guess, for anything below or up to 100, I forget what I set it at, up to 100 bits and less than 500 bits was that sound alert, I guess, for bits. So if anybody knows what that reference is from, because as far as I'd be interested to know, I guess, as far as anybody knows that movie reference that sound bit comes from for that. It's your bits. Again, thank you very much, I guess, for the 100 biddies there, Gabe. Yeah, so you might be asking, for anybody that is coming in here, what the heck is going on here? So what I was going over is the fact that we've been making these minor adjustments, I guess, to new items to our track build, which is the Texas Motor Speedway. Cool. Nice. Good hype. Yeah, we also got exclamation point hype in the chat. We'll also, so if you don't have the emotes, as far as either through a sub or being able to redeem that through the channel point redemptions, exclamation point hype in the chat will also queue you up, I guess, as far as those emotes as well. And that goes for anybody else in the chat as well. Glad to know that those are working, though. That's good to know. Alright. There it is. Cool. Yeah, it's good to know that some of those things are, because I know a lot of those things were broken based on between the bot and what Twitch offers and all that good stuff, so. If the audios at any point are too loud, definitely let me know. If they seem to be too soft and or too loud, definitely let me know so I can adjust those properly. I always tend to play around with those sometimes too much. To the point where it sounds good to me, but it may not necessarily be for you as the viewers. So, I've come to the conclusion, as I was mentioning, with this object, we either, and Torch, this also includes what you might have to do, or we might have to do collaboratively. I'm almost thinking that we would need to bring down the infield object, and again, this white object here represents the latest infield. I don't have a texture on it, and we don't really need to have it. What I wanted to be able to show is some contrast between the green areas is the LiDAR. That's the point cloud data that we have for real-world information. So that's also to give some clarity. That's based on real topographic information, just to kind of put it simply. And what we can see here is the green areas, whatever, which represents that real-world topography, is kind of popping through, and I think that's part of the reason why this Victory Lane object is kind of getting caught off there a little bit, based on where this infield object is. So I'm almost thinking, possibly, now with that being said, I'm going to turn off the LiDAR. So let's hide this for a second. And now we can get a better look at where the bottom edge, it might be a little bit tough to see it because infield object is white. You gotta go eat, no problem there. I appreciate you stopping in there, Gabe. And hopefully, stop back in. Stop back in. And once if you're done eating in time or whatever, if, usually, these usually end up going about good 3-4 hours. So it's like, feel free to stop on back. I guess as far as if done eating, but I hope you do enjoy your meal. Very much appreciated. Okay. But yeah, we usually do get into testing out our items within the simulation, the racing simulation as well. So it's not all technical stuff, because as far as just adjusting these things here, we do actually get into the sim and actually test everything out within its element, as far as within the racing simulation itself. So if that does necessarily interest you, as well as anybody that's in the chat, once again, feel free to stick around. It can get pretty interesting. I think what I might have to do is set some contrast to this infield object so we can see actually where that bottom edge of the victory lane is landing. Keeping in mind, still too, this has already been raised. I've already raised this up from where it originally was, which was at 6.098. I wrote that down. I might put that back. We'll just have to see here. So what I want to do is set a contrast color on this. Well, you know what? Gotta turn this off too. Chat, you're all supposed to keep me honest here. There we go. Gotta turn that back on. There we go. So kind of see, gives you somewhat of an idea of what's looking on, I guess, as far as left click, right click, and so on and so forth. All right. Yeah, let's put some contrast in. We're going to our material editor and see what's going on there. We're going to add some color. It doesn't matter which one. We can probably just use this one here. Yeah. Just to give some more contrast, hopefully. Yeah, that should give us a little bit more contrast. So now we'll be able to see exactly what. Now, keeping in mind this has already been raised. Now, if we use what Torch already has here, I guess as far as for the height of this new infield object, this is where, and this is already raising it up there, you can see where this lands. So what that's telling me, possibly, is I can move this up. Might even be able to go up another click. What I wanted to do is have that kind of, you can see where that's, where that white line is right there, that's the bottom edge of the victory lane object. So I'm just moving this up here one click at a time. You can see how much it's lowering itself, and it's definitely higher from when I originally had it. So what I could do, probably bring it to that. So right now it's at about 6.514, and I had it originally at a 6.098. That kind of gives you a little bit of an idea of how much I've had adjusted. Very minimal adjustment. But also, if I do that, again, I'm going to bring the LiDAR back. What that does is it makes the height of this building too tall based on the LiDAR, which we know is already proper scale. So let's... Ah, crap, that's not what I wanted to do. Bring that back. Victory lane. And I want to bring back the LiDAR, which is our real world information here. So so all these points here, I guess as far as it represent the height of this victory lane building, by moving that up there, it's making this building too tall. So what I would have to do to correct that, bringing that up there, I'd have to bring the height of that building down. Yeah. And maybe some other elements of this too. We might be adding some things to this too, so we do have some information on the infield texture object, you know, as far as that was originally from our ground plane. That does show areas of where they have stands outside the fencing areas. You can kind of see that in the LiDAR as well. So that's a little bit of information that we have, I guess, as far as to be able to apply stands that are at least out on either side of the victory lane here and here. There's a small platforms of stands, I guess, on the inside here as well. It's going to come down to probably finding some picture references to see how that's actually built, you know, how it actually is designed. So we've got some height data, I guess, as far as to accommodate that, but as far as how does it actually, you know, how many tiers are to it? Is there only 3, 4, you know, whatever the case may be. So we'll need some picture references, I guess, to justify that. So I'm just taking a closer look and panning around here to see. So that amount that I brought it up there, I'm gonna actually, at least, but at bare minimum here, I'm gonna have to bring the top verts of this victory lane down. It's not a whole lot. Definitely not a whole lot. So edible poly vertex. Let's grab at least all of these, like so. So what this will entail is once we adjust these things, we're going to have to recreate and reproduce a new 3DO, I guess, for this victory lane model. But we'll also take into consideration as far as adding some makeshift or placeholder stands out there based on the data that we do have in here based on LiDAR. So side decks look about right. What do you mean about the side decks? Okay, so I'm just making sure I got all these polys of this roof here selected, and I'm going to bring these down. And that's going to be a lot more than I thought it was going to be. Okay. That's what I was going to wonder. So what I'm doing here, as you can see, is that green that's popping through there, that's the real world information that we know. And I'm just bringing that to that level. And that was a lot more than I thought it was going to be. I might have had it too far off in the first place. Okay. Okay. So looking at, I'm going to have to look at a picture reference. I don't know if I've got one. To actually see. See, I'm not questioning at all, I guess, as far as that that LiDAR information is not wrong. It doesn't lie to us. But what I'm wondering now at this point, if that was the proportion, I guess, of how much is, I don't know how to put this, but as far as like from the top of this rail and how much is actually above that, for example. We don't really have that information, so that's about the only thing I'm questioning at this point. So let's highlight the LiDAR, hide that again. Now, so this is where we're at with having that adjusted. Okay. Highlight that. So yeah, now we've got this basically married properly to the victory lane. Or the new infield object, I should say, that's set to 0. It's all 0, 0, 0. And that's the same orientation that we have it in Sandbox. So this object here is 1-to-1 orientation coordinates, I guess, for that object as it is in Max. That's all we're trying to do is get this lined up here. I know it does seem that we're focusing on quite a bit with this victory lane, but it is a very staple structure, I guess, that adorns the infield. And the fact that that's what you're ultimately trying to work your way to as you're racing. You want to be able to win, and you want to be able to have access to the victory lane. So I guess that's my little bit of our defense, I guess, as far as why we're putting so much emphasis, I guess, on the design of this victory lane. This seems like the last, what? It's got to be like the 4th or 5th stream at this point here that it always seems to entail something with the victory lane. It's like, it is a very important item. That's exactly. So in comparison to like other objects that are on the track, you know, score towers, things, grandstands, every little thing like that is kind of very important. But I think the victory lane, that's what you're ultimately that's your ultimate goal. You want to be able to win the race and be able to go to victory lane and celebrate. So I guess if anything, that's part of the reason why we're putting so much emphasis on that. If it seems that way, at least anyway. But yeah, I don't think this looks too bad. So what we'll have to do is configure, I guess, as far as the orientation of this, as far as, you know, get it zeroed out, so that we can. I guess I said that wrong. So we don't need to zero it out necessarily, but we need to get it to get this scene saved with this new adjustment that we've made to it, and then just build on it from there. I'm kind of wondering though, I know something I can check out, with being able to add some stands, I guess, at least out to the, yeah, even as placeholders there, I could probably put just a area here. Let me look at this way. Oh, that was something I was showing Torch. Yeah, so this is some of the things I was showing Torch, I guess, as far as initially getting his infield object and getting him to understand, I guess, as far as what I was experiencing. So this is showing in this picture, just to kind of give some clarity, how much I was trying to adjust. And we're talking only like maybe a hundredth of a meter. This is very minimal, just to kind of show how much clipping you would have, potentially have, I guess, between the LiDAR, which is the green, and the white that represents the infield object. So that was all I was trying to do there. So what I want to do is open up the Victory Lane texture. Give me a second here and navigate to that. So let's go here. Mesh items, Texas 2020. Victory Lane, and we want to open up. Let's see here. Do I have? I don't have a. Okay, I don't have a layered one yet. Okay, I couldn't remember if I did or not. Let's open this one up. Yeah. So what I wanted to do is, so the only reason why I'm going to open this up here is I want to be able to put at least a temporary placeholder set of stands in here, and where I can texture that, you know, where I can UV map that, for example. So what I'm going to do while I've got this open in here, I've got the texture open here, I can do a wire map to see where that actual UVW mapping is, and go from there. Okay, let's go to max, and then what we can do while we got it selected, I got my little shortcut here for UVW unwrap. You can also get to that through the rollout. You can find it in the list here. I just created a shortcut, so that'll apply the unwrap, and we'll be able to open that window up and bring our texture in like so. Now we can see where everything's wire mapped. So what I wanted to, and a lot of this we've shown already because we did have to remap some things based on the new model. So we do have this area here that's not being used at all, so that could potentially be an area where we could put the stands. So there is some room in this texture, I guess, to be able to UVW map, unwrap, I should say, I guess, as far as the stands, like say in this area. Probably be a pretty good candidate. So if nothing else, we can at least start mapping anywhere in this black area, and then we can just add adjustments to the texture, I guess, as needed. That'll at least give us an area of the texture to be able to apply a texture to the new stands that we put in, even if it just as a placeholder for now. Okay. Good deal. All right, so we'll go ahead and lock that down since we know where that's at. Yeah, collapsed. Oh, cool. Hold it. Yeah, and because we've got that that LiDAR information in there, just about anything you want to do in here, it's gonna take it a minute, because it has to take that LiDAR into consideration. It's just, and the fact that it's even hidden. Hope it doesn't crash on me. Thank you. Thank you very much. Alright, so what I'm going to do at this point, now that I'm satisfied with how this is, I'm going to go ahead and save the scene. Right, one more thing I want to do, though. I want to go with this. Reset the X form on that Victory Lane object, since we did adjust that roof down. Reset. Now we should have that conform. Looks good. We don't have anything out of shape or out of wonkiness. Alright, and then we want to collapse that down. 2 or 3. See, it looks. See, we need picture references. That's what I was mentioning too. We need actual picture reference to conclude exactly what it is. So probably the way I'm going to do it, at least for now, is just build the object based on the LiDAR as far as to put the slant or whatever it is that's in it to where the seating would be. But I'm not going to actually apply the seating until we can actually get video, photorealistic evidence of exactly how it looks. And if we can during the stream, that's fine too. But initially, I'll just build the model so that it's just a wedge. Say, for example, that does take into account the LiDAR. And yeah, I don't like to build things, I guess, as far as just guessing. You know, I like to have all the information. That's just the nature of my beast here. Let's go ahead and collapse the all. It's gonna wait for that again. So all I did was redid the X form. Okay. I'll give that a second. And the only reason, like I said, the way it's doing that as far as to hesitate like that is because of all that. Any pieces that are in the scene, it has to go through all of it to make sure that it's all taken care of in that fashion. Even though I'm not dealing with that LiDAR directly, it's as I'm doing anything like that, it has to go through all those items that are in the scene, I guess, as far as to make sure it doesn't have to do anything with it. And it's a lot of data in that thing, so. Alright, so let's look at... I don't need to do anything with this. Oh, I can keep that right where it's at. So I'm just taking note of, I guess, of the fact that it was originally on the Z, 6.098, now it's at 6.514. Okay. I don't want to do anything with that. That's just telling me, I guess, as far as how much I've had to adjust that upwards is all. To accommodate, I guess, as far as where we're at now with the... Now, this is assuming, too, that's probably another fair point to make, that the infield object is exactly where it needs to be. Alright, and I think we've confirmed that enough. So, just to humor, and once again, we're going to bring back out the LiDAR, which is our real-world information. You can see just how much clipping that there is of the LiDAR. So the green does represent that LiDAR as far as that real-world topography. And we can see how much that's clipping through. Now, if I take the infield object and just move it down a click, you can see how close that is. Alright. Go down another click. See, and that's that picture I was showing you just prior to getting into paint shop there. That's what I was showing Torch initially as far as how much it could potentially come down if we needed to. I think we're just going to leave the infield objects where it's at. I think that's fine. I think making that adjustment that I did to the victory lane will be more than sufficient. We're talking like fractions of a meter though. Fractions. Very small fractions. It is so dang close it's not even funny. Alright, so let's put that back to 0. So that's back to 0. Now, the only other thing I guess I kind of question, I wonder if they have like a slightly raised area. I might kind of ramp up here a little bit for the victory lane itself, because the fact that we still see so much green for this here, that's what makes me tend. And it's not that much either. So if I bring it up on the infield here, just to kind of show, you can see it's only one click up, which is only like 8 tenths of a meter. I mean, it's so small, it's not even funny. So if I go up another click, you can see how much that infield object, that's this gray piece here, is so stinking close. I mean, it just makes me tend to wonder they must have like a little bit of a rise going into the victory lane, and it's just very minuscule. You know, it's not a huge ramp up, I guess, from the actual ground level, right? And whether or not we apply that, I don't think it's probably even really necessary, because it's so minute. It's not like it's a drastic incline, I guess, as far as to get up to into the victory lane. So anyway, that's just part of my thought process there. Yeah, but you can see that's 4 clicks up now. You can see how much that infield object is coming up there. I think we're going to leave it right where it's at. Go back to 0. There's back at 0. So yeah, I think to compromise it, you know, a little bit. Maybe fudge it, if you however you want to put it. We can be satisfied, I guess, as far as to just make that minor adjustment to the victory lane object like we have. And now we have this. And you can see where those stands are. So that's probably something else I'll focus on here while I've got this thing open here. I do have, hey, there's a jackpot. 300 units of fluids. GG's. And that should be the channel point redemptions. I'm not mistaken, right? Torch, yep. Yes, yes. Yep, 100 points. So yeah, those channel point redemption sound alerts, I guess, as far as are working, that's cool. Good to know. GG's. GG's indeed. Alright, so yeah, I think what I'll do while I've got this open here, I kind of went ahead of myself of what I just said there, but I haven't saved the scene yet. So what I'm going to do is hide the. We're now satisfied. We're confirmed that the LiDAR positioning, which we, is true to itself. It doesn't lie. The infield object, it could use a little bit of adjustment if we needed to, but we don't need to. Make that minor adjustment to the victory lane as far as to raise it up a bit, lower that roof line. Good to go. So now you can see with the LiDAR selected again there, you can see exactly where that high point is for the victory lane. I think we're golden on that now. We are Gucci, as I would say. So we're going to go ahead and hide this. And then I'm going to save the scene, just like this. So we have something to come back to if something goes wrong, it says we go forward with this. Let's do save as. And yep, we're going to save that right in that location. And I've kept the date on this one. This is the original creation of this one here. And I still have the date to go by, as far as when I'm going to save it here. But the original scene that we did, because we've been adding things to this, goes all the way back to July 9th. And if I remember, memory serves me right, that's a short period of time after I got the new PC. So it's kind of like the anniversary of that. So it's kind of like a time capsule of sorts. Let's go ahead and save that. Yes. So we're going to give that a second there. And again, it's got all that information for the LiDAR and all that business. So we got to give that a minute, I guess, to save properly. And that might be one of the biggest downsides to doing this type of work is when you're dealing with rather detailed cloud point data like we are with this one. And this one's not even the most densest one that we've found. I guess there's plenty of areas, in track building for different areas that are available on the USGS website freely that are much more dense and detailed than this one. That's for sure. Okay, I think we're all saved up. Yeah, hopefully, I think it was good. It was easier, I guess, to show you that way towards it and try to explain that through text and such. So hopefully that did. That's why I was telling you, I guess, as far as to hold that thought, I guess, as far as to making adjustments to the infield placement. I think I had enough room with the adjusting the victory lane, I guess, as far as, and I think that proved itself, I guess, to be. All right. All right, now with the scene save, I'm gonna bring back LiDAR because we do need that to use to put these seating areas as far as outside of the fence line here. So you can see what these are here. So we got that height data. It's kind of wonky on this side, it seems. So it might be a little bit of. I know, Torch, you've mentioned it's probably more than likely a three-tier thing here. I think what we're going to go by, what I see consistency is this line right here, not these little pointy bits here. That's going to be the height of it. These are probably maybe extensions of the posts, the outer posts. I'm not 100% sure. This is why we need picture reference, I guess, just to kind of clarify what a lot of this LiDAR is showing us. But I think for the most part, here, let's get a, we're going to make a simple box here, I guess, for now. Very simple shape. We can always change this as we see fit. So we're going to do a simple box. It's probably going to be below. That's fair. So I'm just going to make a simple box here for starters. And I'm going to move it out this way. And we'll make appropriate adjustments as we need to. And if nothing else, what this will serve as is at least a placeholder for it until we can get more information, picture reference to what it actually needs to be. So, decent sizers. I think what I'm going to do is convert this to nettable poly. Yeah, do that. Now we got it roughly in position. Definitely going to need to make some adjustments, and that's perfectly fine. Yeah, so the fact that it's not perfectly level, so I can see areas of the LiDAR, so that it must have some very unsmoothness, I guess, to that, so it's not perfectly level. So it's got some bumps and lumps when it gets into it. How we doing here? Yeah, so welcome on in. Your Saturday's going well. We're getting into doing some 3D modeling. We're adding to our Victory Lane object here. We've already made some adjustments to it to accommodate where we're at now. Torch took the initiative, I guess, to create a new infield object, which is what this gray piece represents. And he even added these. I thought this was ingenious. Pretty ingenious. So the fact that he's got these tunnels represented here based on a LiDAR, to put those in there, that creates, and I'd mentioned this last stream about being able to put a booby trap of sorts, I guess, in this infield, because you are able to do laps within this infield. So to create somewhat of a detriment, I guess, for any, especially in a league setting, if you're going to run the track on a server where they have the single lap qualifying or the single session, single person qualifying, you'd want to be able to have something in here to create a detriment. So, and this definitely would do that. As far as if you hit this here, you're gonna have a bad time, I guess, as far as trying to do consistent laps. You'd have to do a much tighter lap to clear these tunnels that have this indentation in the infield object. That's pretty cool. And that's still yet to be tested, because what we haven't been able to test yet is how that's going to actually affect it. That might throw it off a little bit. We'll have to see. It may not. It might make a total liar out of me, but I think in theory, in my head, that's going to throw people off, I guess, as far as to, clipping through, I guess, that infield object. Because as we know, 3D objects don't have any collision to it. The only way you can add collision, I guess, to a 3D object is if you were to apply, say, like a W section with no texture. So whether or not that'll be necessary to do that, to kind of enhance, I guess, as far as the what's going on with these tunnels, that's still yet to be seen. I don't want to go and get off on too much of a tangent. Right now, we want to focus on, but I thought it was pretty cool anyway, kind of mention that. I know for me, if I saw that tunnel there, it would kind of throw me off as far as being able to do a consistent lap. It'd be like, oh crap, even though you might clip right through it, that would still kind of throw you off, I think. And as I said, we'll be able to see that once we can test this in the sim, once we get to that point. That's what we like to do with the things that we're creating here on Spline Design Studios Saturday, be able to test what we've created. Yeah, so I am noticing, getting back to what I was working on here, there are some lumps and bumps in the actual real-world data. The fact that it's not a straight line, of course, we get a little bit of a lump right here, for example. So you can see the edge of our box. Kind of playing peekaboo, I guess, with that. So we're going to get this as close as we can get it here. Right? Alrighty, and let's go top down, like so. Can't really tell much in that. Alright, let's try to get an idea of where does this actually start. Just trying to find the edge of where. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of light data in this area here, and I'm not really sure what to make of it. So we got a lot of big puffs and lumps, I guess, in it here. Let me highlight the LiDAR just to kind of show you. Oh crap. Hate when it does that. Let's go back on this here real quick. Yeah, so what we have, let me focus it this way. Highlight that. We got some lumps and bumps in this deal here. That doesn't give me a clear indication of where the edge of this seating platform is. Go this way. Let's do that. Oh crap, I just moved it. See if I can undo it. Yep. Where the hell did? Let's go back. There we go. Thank goodness for undos. So when I clicked on the LiDAR, it actually shoved it down. Definitely don't want to do that. Be careful with that. Most of the time, that's why I'd always usually suggest to go into your items list instead of trying to click on things. And the same goes for Sandbox. You can really throw things off without even realizing it. I just happened to be paying attention, and I also was looking down at my coordinates, and I did notice that I did adjust that downward. But it's making sure it gets like that. Usually, like I said, for the most part, what you want to do is go into your items list and grab it this way instead of trying to click and select it in the scene, because you can move it, like I said, without even noticing. Before you know it, you lowered it or raised it, and you're building it on, you know, an adjustment that you didn't want to apply in the first place. Cause all kinds of habit. Okay. Anywho, so what I'm trying to determine at this point is where the beginning of this platform is, and because I got the whole dang LiDAR selected, why it's wonking out like that. So what I need to determine is where the end of this thing is, because there's like even a lump that's in here, and I don't know what the heck that is. I don't know what it's all representative of. They might have had some kind of junk in the infield, I guess, as far as, you know, media stuff at the time they did this LiDAR. I don't know. It's the fact that it's not. It seems kind of random. Be tough to tell. Here, let me look at something here real quick. So if I go into our sandbox here, maybe I can figure out. Yeah, so what we have here. See, normally what you would do too in conjunction with the with having the LiDAR information, you would have like a ground plane texture. And I do have one in the scene here, but it's not based on our new infield object. So I might need to bring the texture in for the infield object, so I have that as a guide to kind of see where this thing is landing. Yeah, I might have to do that. So currently, as it stands right now, I don't have the texture to our infield piece here. And that's a whole new texture that we were. Torch wasn't originally using the ground plane object, ground plane texture. Now it's got its own texture that only takes into account just a texture that new infield piece. If that makes sense. So what I'll need to do, let me see what. I gotta look at our material editor here a little bit. So what I could do is add for an infield object. I think we had previously in here for our ground plane, which should be right there. This is one we don't want to use. Yeah, so this is one we don't want to use. So that was our original ground plane object that was created, going way back to as far as when the track was first being built. We got a brand new texture we have to bring in here that only harnesses, I guess, as far as being able to texture the infield object. Okay, so let's go up to here. So I'm going to create a new texture placement here. Don't freak out on me. Standard. All right, and then I'll name this infield. Okay, so call this infield. I hate when I can't spell. Infield. All right, thank you. And then what I'm going to need to do is actually create textures. The only thing I have right now is just the MIP for that. what I'll have to do, go to infield, it should be called infield, and create a bitmap for that. So that we can get the texture into the scene. I guess that's the whole point of doing it. There it is. We're going to open this up with our handy dandy WinMap 2. Alright, and we're going to go to open. This is the one that he sent me. I don't want to get it from there. I want to get it from our track edit folder. Yeah. Don't want to mess with that one. I want to keep that for backup, if anything, if I screw something up. Which can sometimes happen. I want to go to our track edit folder, which is right now. And infield. Whoops. Infield, there we go. So this is the new texture. If I haven't shown this yet, didn't get a chance to. Now that I think of it, I did not stream last week. Yeah, so we had some Twitch issues. So yeah, I haven't been able to show a lot of this. So this is going to be just to kind of let everybody know what happened. I guess as far as since not last week's stream, last time we were able to stream. So this is a brand new texture that just allows to be able to apply to the infield object, right? So this is based on the ground plane texture that we were using to build the track, right? But it's also been cleaned up, I guess, as far as to get rid of any noise that doesn't need to be in there. The center point X and the tag, I guess, is for labeling it as Texas Motor Speedway, things like that. It's a lot more cleaned up, and it's more isolated to what we actually need to have in that power of 2. In this case, it ends up being a 2048 by 1024. Maybe you can clarify that, Torch. But I think it's a... No, it's probably bigger than that. It's probably 4096 by 2048. Recent view of Victory Lane, that might be... Okay. Oh, good to know. Yeah, I've got those sounds turned off here while I'm streaming here, so that's probably a fair point. Let's take a look. You sent me something. What did you send me? That's still not close enough. I mean, that's a decent picture, but I still don't think it's close enough. I want something that's right in Victory Lane. I know I'm picky, but I need something that's right in Victory Lane that tells me. I can see what you're talking about here, though. These deals. I need something in Victory Lane that's actually showing me. This is a good view, don't get me wrong. You can see them right here. Yeah, and they're probably more or less just duplicates, I guess, of each piece there. But if we can get something that's right in Victory Lane, that'd be more. So again, you can okay. What now that I got this picture up here, we can kind of clarify. See how much that Victory Lane that I was showing last time, how offset. This is a similar picture that I was looking at. So this is, you know, if you're putting yourself like right in front of start finish line, granted we don't have that. It's not as far back as what I was showing like this. But I want to just go over this again real quick. So the way I was showing this last time, and this is based on another picture. So depending on where you put yourself in the grandstand, so you can tell it's got that offset of the Victory Lane to the big hoss, right? So, and this gives more clarification of that. So hopefully that does give some more clarity on what I was talking about. I wasn't just spewing, I guess, some nonsense. So not all of these items are 100% true. You know, as far as like if you were to draw a line straight through here, it doesn't line up, and you know, draw a line right through the middle of all this stuff. The big hoss is offset a little bit, if anything. And that's what you can see in this picture too. Whoops, what did I do with that? Where did that go? Hello? Oh, I know where it went. Ah! Where'd that picture go? There we go. I don't know why I did that. Alright, cool. Anyway, there we go. So yeah, that's that same thing that we see here, that the big hoss is offset that way. That's all I wanted to. But this is a pretty good, it's a pretty decent one. At least gives you some idea of the nature of these stands here. What we can't tell, we're kind of doing some guessing here as far as how many levels does it have. It doesn't zoom in enough, I guess, for me to see that. I'd really like to have a picture that's more on the ground level, maybe even possibly right in victory lane, to actually get an idea of where that's. I can use this a little bit, I guess, to kind of give me a placeholder, at least anyway. So we can see how much angle there is to it, for example. We can see that maybe a little bit. It's not quite as level to the decks, these side decks that are on. You know what? Now I look at this. This does have transparency in that fencing there. Interesting. Well, the fact that we just got them blacked out there, we could probably add that. Because we do have transparency in our model, right? So we can probably add that additional transparency to our texture. So these areas here, these railings, they actually do have transparency in that. Okay. So they're not solid. Now keeping in mind, this is what Racer James had built back in 2015. So might have not had that information, I guess, at the time, possibly. Not 100% sure. Again, it probably goes more into the realm of like what we knew then was as compared to what we know now, as far as being able to apply transparency, I guess, to different areas. Could be that as well. 2048 by 1024. Gotcha. Yeah, and now that I think of it, that's probably sounds about better. The fact that it takes up so much room in WinMap 2 here. But what I do need to do, and I know I got kind of sidetracked, I need to create a bitmap of this so that I can bring that into our max scene and apply that to that model so we can see, because there is evidence of that, of those stands on there. And it'll help me, I guess, as far as to line that up and see what size of that shape, at least that placeholder, I need to apply to it. It'll make sense once I go through the process here, but once I get to that point. So let's do File, Save As, and where do I want to put this thing? I'll just put it on the desktop, I think, for now. I need to put it somewhere. Hold on. Let's put it. I want to put this somewhere where it makes sense. So our scene is actually. Where are we reading the? Hold on a second. Where are we reading that original ground plane from? That's what I should check. Let's see here. So our original ground plane is located. That is in 2421. Okay, so we do have it in one of the other subfolders, I guess, for. That's going back to January 24th of 21. Okay. Interesting. I didn't know I did it that way. So that texture's being. Where that's at? Where that at? 124. So it's out of this folder. So that would be that TGA right there. Okay. Fair enough. All right. I guess I can do the same thing there. So what I'll do, I'll go against what I just said. So I guess I'll go ahead and make a bitmap based on this one here and just leave it in that. Yeah, I'll create a bitmap here and just have it read from there. That sounds good. We'll do it that way. I'm Gucci with that. So let's go ahead and open up. Actually, I can just change the location of this one. That's what I can do. Yeah. Since I've already got this one open here, I can just repoint this to, yeah, let's do it that way. Talk myself into it. We're going to put it right in the latest update folder, which is this one. And don't change the name of it. And then that way it should put it right there. There's our bitmap image. This is the latest update folder, I guess, as far as from Torch Circuit, as far as based on that. And that's kind of what I did. Redid the original ground plane. Just read it from one of the update folders, so it's cool. 2022 Fireman Guy, how we doing? We're doing fantastic. We're just getting into some 3D modeling here. We're creating a texture here and such, I guess, as far as to put into our 3D model here of our Victor Lane and our infield object for our track build. I should say Torch's track build. We're kind of assisting Torch on his track build of the Texas Motor Speedway. in particular for the NASCAR Racing 2003 racing simulation. Hope you're doing well there, Fireman Guy, 2022 Fireman Guy. Appreciate you coming on in. Yeah, this is what we like to do on Saturday, though, is we get a little bit creative with stuff. Alright, so what I need to do is take that texture that we just created there and populate that into our material editor, which I already established an infield deal here. So I'm going to go to my diffuse and point right to that texture that we just created. That's good to hear. It's good to hear. Is it warmer where you're at? Because I know I was mentioning this as far as earlier part of the stream here. It's pretty chilly here. It's definitely, Mother Nature is definitely portraying a fall day. I don't even think it's barely out of the 50s. Fahrenheit, that is. It's pretty chilly. And it's windy and it's a little damp too. So bitmap, that's what I need. Bitmap. And we need to point to where we put that texture, which is right here. We got Torches build folder, 1016. Hard to believe it's already the 16th already, isn't it? This month is flying by. 58 there. Yeah, I don't even think it got into the 50s here, or out of the 50s. I think it's like lower 50s here. I think the last I checked there was like 52, 53. Crazy. Alright, so we're going to populate that into there. Now what we need to do is actually take this texture that we just populated into our material editor and apply it to our infill object, which is this piece right here, this gray piece. So let's go ahead and apply that. It's already mapped. Torch has already got this map, so it should totally apply it correctly, which does look like it's doing. Now that 3D to have the tunnel and all that good stuff. Pretty cool. Alright. Now, part of the reason why I wanted to bring that in here was to be able to see where that stand is actually in comparison to where we're trying to put our placeholder box here. I will. You do the same as you do as well there, Fireman Guy. 2022 Fireman Guy. He's been doing a lot of farm sim. In fact, let's do this. I'll have the bot. If you haven't checked out 2022 Fireman Guy, you need to do that. He's been playing a heck ton of Farming Simulator 19, and he calls his place over there the Madhouse. So let me do this for you. I appreciate you coming on over here and checking us out. Fantastic. I can just get the bot to cooperate with me here. There we go. So there you have it. If you haven't checked out 2022 Fireman Guy, he's been like I said, playing lots and lots and lots of Farming Simulator 19. It's pretty cool. He's been doing some bales, pink bales, colored bales, I guess, as far as to commemorate, maybe not commemorate, that's not the word, but to support, I guess, as far as breast cancer awareness, for the month of October, which is, as we know it, that's that time of year, I guess, as far as for that. So he's doing a lot of that type of stuff. It's pretty good stuff to watch, so I highly recommend you go on over there and check it out. Absolutely there, Farm Guy. I just wish I could, with what the things that I've got going on here as far as helping our good friends like Torch or whatever, I had more time to be able to spend in there. I do tend to lurk quite a bit, though. I lurk tons. So many fantastic content creators here on Twitch lately. Being from Farm, a lot of the games I like to play too. And Farming Simulator 19 is definitely one of them. Always have fun over there. For sure. In fact, that's probably what I'll end up going here, post stream here, I'm sure. I usually end up I usually do. So what I'm looking at here, just in case anybody was wondering, is how that texture lines up with. So I'm probably gonna need to take the ladder out here. I was hoping maybe I'd be able to keep both the the LiDAR, which is the green, and that infield object in here, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Yeah, that's not gonna work that way. 64 years old yesterday. We don't age shaping or anything, right? You're good at lurking? Yeah. Lurkers are always beneficial. Let's put it that way. Definitely beneficial because it helps streamers out tremendously, more than you probably even know. It helps the analytics and statistics, I guess, as far as on the channel, to get more discovered. That's where I was going with that. So to become more discovered, I guess, on platform that is such as Twitch, having the lurks in there definitely helps. Having that viewership, even if you can't 100% participate in the chat, having that lurk up there is always helpful. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to do that, so what I'm gonna have to do is turn this off. I was hoping I'd be able to keep this on. I'll have to go back and forth between it. So I'll get the initial shape of the grandstand, or whatever you want to call that there, as far as the seating platform that I'm trying to create, and I'll have to go back and forth between the LiDAR and, you know, turning it on and off to get the height correct, as well as the placement of it based on that textures, I guess, for that. Yep, that's what it's going to come down to. So let's hide that. And now what I'm going to do is go top down on this. Now we can see where that is at. So we can see the outline of that. That's part of the reason why I wanted to get it in there that way. Oh, can't give yourself a shot yet. Torch getting a little too antsy, I guess, about giving himself a shot. Oh, he almost got that jackpot again. Close. He got one so far. Now, the one thing I am noticing, though, and I think it's evident also, too, in Sandbox, it doesn't line up 100%. Right? So, we're already outside the fencing here, so might have to fudge this a little bit. So what I'll have to do is get the initial, and a lot of it has to do with texture skewing, if I haven't said that enough. There's only so much we can do with how much skewing is in the, here, let's go to the camera view here. So it's that same amount of shifting of the texture is going to be evident in here as well. So the fact that it shows that seating area, let's go do that. You dirty rotten thing. Let go of my mouse. I hate when it does that. Grabbed my mouse and I couldn't find it. Hold on a second. Let me zoom back in on this. Dirty rotten thing, you. Thank you. Yeah, my mouse on me. The pointer, at least, anyway. So, yeah, what we can see is that same amount of texture skew or shift. I mean, granted, it's definitely a lot closer than it was. This one's a lot closer, so I might go with this one here. Now, the other thing I'm wondering is maybe the stands on this side are actually inside. Here, let me look at that other picture again. Where's that at? This one right here. Hard to tell from this angle. I can see them right here, and it definitely does look like it's on. So here's the edge of the building. You can see the placard for all the winners right here. You can make some things out on this, so it definitely does look like it's on the outside of that fence there. I didn't even really see the fence. You can just barely make it out. Yeah, so that stand, the seating area, does definitely seem to be on the outside of the fence. Okay, so I just wanted to clarify. So there are some things that are useful in this picture, but yeah, we still need a better picture, I guess, as far as than this to actually know. I can tell just barely myself as far as how many seating areas. I almost want to say there's at least 3, maybe 4, but I'd be guessing. So yeah, we definitely need to be on the lookout, I guess, as far as to find something that's more in ground level, possibly maybe right in victory lane, so we can get better clarity on that. But just to confirm, these seating areas are on the outside of the fence, and because of the texture skewing that we have in our deal here, this one's closer. Obviously, this one's showing more inside of it, so Yeah, it is shifted more in this direction, I guess, than anything. Alright. We can work with this, though. It's not that big of a deal. I think what I'll do is I'll try and build it based on this one, so I can definitely see this in max, too. Let's go this way. But I think to get a proper alignment of this here, I'm going to build it from this side. Wow, that seems... Is that one smaller on this side? It seems like it, based on what I can see here. It might be just shadow there. Yeah, so here's the fence line. I think that would go against what I just said there, as far as the fence line being... This being on the side of the fence line. I'll be dang. I'm gonna have to adjust the placement of that, fencing, because the fencing almost looks like it's right here, which would put the stands on the inside. I can't tell from this picture. It doesn't zoom in anymore than it is. Cannot see where the is that fencing right there? Can't tell for sure. 100% guessing. Almost want to say that's fencing right there, which would put this seating area inside of the fencing, but still on the opposite side, so it would be on that edge of the building. This is all guessing. I hate to guess. It's all guessing. So yeah, that fencing, so it looks like this seating area is actually on the inside of the fence. If I'm reading this right. That would be something like this on the inside of the fencing. Whoa, what the heck? Oh, that was a subscriber. 2022 fireman guy coming in with the subscriber to the channel. You got some hype in the chat. Exclamation point hype. If you don't have the emotes, if you got the emotes, hype the emotes. Exclamation point hype. Appreciate that sub. 2020 fireman guy. Fantastic. Thank you very much. There you go. Give me some hype out in the chat. I know all those other. We only got some lurkers out there, I know for sure. Appreciate that subscriber there, 2022 fireman guy. That's super awesome. I like the glitch fire. I forgot about the glitch fire there, yeah, so that's a good one. Sweet. That gets us that much closer to being able to unlock that next emote. That's for sure. I've got the goal up there just as far as to hit that 25. 25 will get us at least one more, if not two more emote slots. Currently, I have 3. So you should be able to have all those emotes, I guess, available. Those emotes available, I guess, as far as with the subscriber. So feel free to check those out. Yasso's got them. Yasso's showing those off. Appreciate it. That's great. So, what I'm noticing on my end is I saw it come on the screen. I saw it from the corner of my eye, but the actual sound for the subscriber alert kind of was kind of low on my end. So hopefully it wasn't on y'all's end. Y'all seem to notice it. That's for sure. That's good. Maybe it was just because I said something. I don't know. But yeah, I have been playing around quite a bit, I guess, with the audios. So if they do need to be adjusted, you guys can feel free to let me know. I need to hone in on those a little bit if necessary. Very cool. So now you're up on the board there, 2022 fireman guy. Bottom of the screen there, you can see you're the latest VIP. I do tend to consider everybody on the channel to be a VIP regardless of a subscriber channel status, let's just put it that way. So but that is the ultimate in VIP status, I guess, as far as when you subscribe just like you have. So I appreciate it very much. That's definitely goes. He's also coming in with 100 biddies. He's not done yet, folks. Doesn't seem to be done that. You heard it good? Well, that's good. I'm glad you heard it good. What the heck is that, Yasso? It doesn't come across. It only comes across as text for me. Did you get some emotes? It says Bear DGG. Who's that? Clarify. Oh, Red Dirt. I know that one. I know Red Dirts. I know Red Dirts. That's awesome. Yeah, so it almost sounds like it almost sounds like I'm calling you out there every time I say yeah, so. So it's kind of a play on words, I guess, as far as that when I say that. But when I say so, for anybody that wasn't here, I guess as far as that, I'm kind of going back to the Halloween aspect. This goes last year. I did apply that sound alert because it's for anything up to 100 bits, and that's what's playing there. But I haven't heard anybody mention, I guess, as far as what that's. I haven't heard anybody that mentioned as far as what does that movie reference come from. For anybody that knows, feel free to let me know in the chat. And if you guess it right, I can award you, I guess, with some units of fluid. How about that? So there, give you a little bit of incentive. What's that? What do you mean? Oh, come on. Lord of the Rings. Okay. Can you tell me which character? I know you already pretty much got it. You're right into that. For some people, may not know. If you've never seen Lord of the Rings, you may not know. But I guess this is an added bonus there. Can you tell me which character? Okay. What was his other name? What was his other name? You got him right. I'm just picking on you now. What was the other name that he went by prior to Gollum? I know you gotta know. If you don't know that, then... And again, I'm just picking on you. You've already... Yeah, you've already figured it out there. Yeah, Gollum was his name post-fact. What was he before he became Gollum, known as Gollum? You both are right. You're not wrong. I'm just asking. I'm elaborating further, I guess, as far as what was he called prior to that. I know you got to know it. You know it that much further, you should be able to get it. But yeah, for both of you, you will both kind of figure it out. Yasso got it there first. Well, I'm gonna do this. Give me a second. I need to put this up on a Stream Deck. That's for sure. Let's do this. There we go. So just for being a good sport on that, and you've pretty much nailed it down already. I have the bot. It's gotta get him to cooperate here. I really need to get a Stream Deck. In a lot of cases, it's kind of a pain in the butt, but I like to award people that like to participate in our shenanigans here sometimes. Bone was not close. There you go. So you got it. Did you Google that? Is that what you're telling me, Yasso? Is that what you're telling me? And it's not like it really matters, but you probably Googled it, didn't you? And that's fair. But yeah, for anybody that didn't know, as far as like that has followed, I guess, that story that is Lord of the Rings there. That goes all the way back to Fellowship of the Ring. You beat me. That's funny. That's too funny. Alright, let's do this there. So I can get this bot here to... So for you all being a very good sport on this. Oh, it didn't go through right. My bad. There you go. So here's... I should be able to do this duplicate. I guess I can't. I gotta do them one at a time. My bad. Let's try that, see if that works. Does that work? It did not work. You son of a gun anyway. I did not want to work. Alright, hold on. Hold on. Hold please. It worked before this one. Oh my goodness, more biddies. Not biddies. Fireman guy coming in with another 100 biddies. Did you? So now that we know what the story is behind the Gollum and Schmeagol, I want to know why this isn't working. It's kind of upsetting me a little bit. No, hold on a second. Can I do? Ooh, Fireman guy gifting a sub over to Straight Ham. Straight Ham must be lurking in here then. Nope, that was just unless that's random. Straight Ham, if you're in here, anybody, if you, I know Straight Ham was in here last time we were there during Farmer Friday. So Straight Ham, if you are in here, you just get a subscriber. Spam those emotes. Swiping out laundry. Oh, you're doing laundry, so you do. Oh, okay, you're doing some. I got you. Yeah, so trying to multitask there. I see how it is. I want to know why this isn't working. You know, it's just really. Oh, is this another thing that's broken on? Hey, you know what? Heck with it. Let me try it this way. I know this worked last time here, so if nothing else, we'll just give everybody some units of fluids. I guess they're just for being good sports. See if it'll work this way. Yeah, let's do it this way. For this will work. Maybe it might not work, I guess, as far as on the bot. That might be what it is. Okay, that might be what it is. It is a moderator, so it should work. But anyway, let's try it this way. Give me a second. Hold, please. I'll get this figured out. Yeah, so it must not just be working on. That's a bummer. I'm super sad for that right now. Let's do this. Just gotta adjust some things a little bit. Give me a second, folks. Appreciate the patience. Alright, let's do this. Yeah, let's do this. There we go. That should work that way. So yeah, apparently my bot doesn't have the proper authorities, I guess, to be able to do that. So everybody gets 500 units of fluid. Just for everybody being a good sport. And let me try this one again. So I got to do it through my own account, which kind of bummer. I don't know why that is, but let's see if I can get that figured out later. For 22 farming guy, so everybody gets 500 units of fluid, but also for Yasso and 22 farming guy, for y'all being good sports here, I'm going to do this. I'll give you an additional 500 units of fluid. Hopefully this works. Just for getting that, just for participating, I guess, in our festivities here. There we go. There. So yeah, so you've got some. Cool. Yeah, so it does work this way. That's good to know. That is good to know. And also we'll do that for 2022 farming guy. Another 500 units of fluid, I guess, for you as well. There you go. That's for participating and being such a good sport. I guess for playing a little bit of trivia. I guess it's for you're on the channel. Yeah. I'll have to remember that, I guess, for future reference there, that I have to use my own account. Bot doesn't seem to want to do that for some reason. Bot took pity on you? Did he really? What did I miss? So you got, whoop, you couldn't give yourself a shot just yet. You got 34 units there. Cool. You can always check your units of fluids too, if you so desire. I guess as far as to make sure that they are supplemental. Where did the bot have pity on you? So I see you couldn't give yourself a shot. You risked good though. That's on the lower end, I guess, of the units of fluid on the wrist. The wrist can go either way. Keep that in mind. That's just like gambling. You can either lose some or gain some, so just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. I appreciate everybody being good sports, I guess, as far as that little bit of trivia, I guess, as far as I like to do that every once in a while, just to kind of show, have a little bit of fun. That was kind of fun. I just kind of fumbled there a little bit, because trying to figure out why the heck I wasn't able to add fluids to your total there. Cool. I definitely appreciate all the biddies here. 2022 farming guy. Alrighty then, so I think we got that out of the way. That was fun. Yeah, so we're kind of in the spirit, I guess, of doing a little bit of trivia. That was pretty cool that you actually figured that out. Even if you did have to Google it, that's fine. Did you actually have to Google it? You don't have to tell me, but... I thought that kind of... I guess I didn't take that into consideration, I guess, with that either. Fireman guy giving himself a shot. 77 units of fluid. GG's. Yeah, so... You can, and like I said, you can always check your units of fluid, !fluids in the chat. Fluids are very important around here. Definitely need those. We do use the units of fluids, I guess, for special events on the channel. For meeting follower goals, sub goals, and things like that. When those do get met, we use the units of fluids, I guess, to be able to participate in giveaways on the channel. So you will need those to participate. And just to keep in mind, too, even if you don't play the mini chat games at all, as far as the slots, the risk, or even diminishing yourself a shot, you are earning yourself units of fluids, even while the stream is live. So that's a fair mention as well. Not an obligation whatsoever, I guess, as far as playing mini chat games. If you want to supplement those units of fluids, that's a few ways that you can do so. Don't forget about scolding the bot too. You can also, if you play the slots, the risk, and or try to diminish yourself a shot and miss, you can potentially try to scold the bot. ! Scold. Sometimes he's willing to give you 100 units of fluid, I guess, just to have you leave him alone. So just keep that in mind. You didn't Google? Okay. You just had arms full of... Oh, so you're listening and you're like, oh, I know that. Hopefully you didn't drop anything. And get the clothes all dirty again. Hopefully that didn't happen. Yeah, so look at that. Farmer guy has almost got a whole hour, I guess, as far as like that, and you've already got yourself. And with that subscribery, you earned yourself at least... Can't remember if it was 1,000 or 15 units of fluid for the subscribing. For every time you cheer, you get units of fluid awarded to you. But also you earn a little bit of fluids, and even just lurking in the chat. You don't even necessarily have to be active in the chat, but just being here while the stream is live, you are earning yourself units of fluids. So there's plenty of ways, I guess, to earn yourself units of fluids, as far as subscribing, throwing bits at the channel, as well as to just lurk. All of those work, I guess, as far, and then playing the mini chat games, of course. Those are all for your own entertainment, and in some cases at my expense, all depending on what you tend to apply. Pot loves you still? That's good. Oh no, all good. Well, that's good to know that you didn't drop anything. Look at Yasso. Holy crap. You got moving up to almost 90 hours, 27,883 units of fluid. Appreciate all that time there, Yasso. Very much appreciated. And the fact that you're also a 3-month subscriber. Got that 3-month badge. Subscriber badge, I guess. Very much appreciated. You guys are awesome. Alright, so where was I? I got kind of off kilter here. So what I was trying to determine here is, are these, and if I missed that in the chat, feel free to, I guess, to reiterate. What I was trying to determine here, based on this ground texture that we have, this this texture for the infield object that we now have into max. What I'm coming to the conclusion of, I think this seating area is actually inside the fencing area, whereas this one's on the outside. I can see just remnants, I guess, of that. It's kind of hard to tell a little bit. I can see the fencing here as far as the shadowing of here, definitely. This side almost seems like it's on the outside of the fencing. This one also looks like it's a little bit bigger. And bigger in the sense that you can see that outline of it right here. So even though it might have relatively the same type of design as far as how tall it is, how many rows of seating that it has, it may potentially be. That's what I'm trying to determine, I guess, at this point. So it almost looks like I can see the edge. So this must be stairs to it. You can see the stairs in it. You can definitely tell that. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. So you can definitely see stairs. Okay, where did my picture go? Did I close that? I think I might have. Hold on a second. Let me go back to it. Yeah, there we go. Here's our picture. So in the picture here, you can definitely see there's stairs. Go up this way. Can't tell on this one though. Kind of obscured, I guess, a little bit there. So we, again, it just comes back to we need to find a picture reference that's more on ground level, possibly right in the victory lane itself, so that we can actually determine what that's. Yeah, but I can definitely see the stairway going up this way. Let me see if I can decipher that in here. Yeah, so you can see the stairway right here. The stairway that we can see in that picture, which is right here, that's this stairway. I can't zoom in any further on that, otherwise I would. Well, actually, I can a little. So that's that stairway. That's this right here. So that we can make out. And it looks like it goes as far as out to this edge. And it almost looks like to me, and I could be wrong. Let me, yeah, just to kind of give myself a visual cue here. Let's resize this. We already got it as noble poly. Cool. So what we'll do is we'll make it where we feel this does end, which is like here. Right there. I think these are the stairs here. Okay. And then what I'll do from here, make a duplicate. Here, let's reset the center on this. Back to pivot and center that. Cool. And what I'll do is now that I got that centered, I'm going to duplicate this box. Right now it's just a placeholder. That's all it's being served for right now. So let's do a duplicate, clone it actually as a copy, box 2, and we're going to slide this one over here. Yeah, so this one definitely looks like it may be offset. Ow, that's really hard to tell. So I don't know if these are the same. It almost looks to me like the stands on this side actually go up this far, but I could be wrong. Could be wrong. Whether or not I include the stairwell. I don't know if that's not. You kind of see what I'm dealing with here, because as far as by having something visual, I guess, to be able to see where these potentially are located around the victory lane. What I do take into consideration is the fact that this would be a little bit. So where the edge of this building is, right here, that's where this one would be. And I'm still taking into consideration the skewing that exists, that still exists. Granted, it's very minimal, but there is still some shifting of the texture as far as in this direction. Right? So the fact that this circle, for example, where the victory lane should be more to this side, I'm taking that into consideration as well. So if that was more this way, that seating area here would be closer to that. So I think what we'll probably do, I think it would make more sense if they actually built this in a fashion where you would have one stand being on the edge, you know, this corner of the building here and then there. That would make sense to make it symmetrical. That would make sense. But the other thing, like I said, what I'm taking into consideration is the fact that we do definitely still have a little bit of skewing in that texture. It's not 100% lined up. Because if I were to draw a line right straight through here, this circle here, that is checkered pattern for the victory lane, it's not. It's shifted more to this side than it is. It should be more this way. So that's what I'm just taking into consideration. And we do have, you can see a little bit of that lower platform that's on this part. I'll probably just focus for the most part on these two seating areas for now. So until we can get more of a ground level picture reference, I guess, as far as what that actually looks like. All of that looks like, so particularly this seating area. And it is definitely a little bit lower from what I've seen so far, but I'd be 100% guessing. And looking at the LiDAR, it doesn't really give me a whole lot of height signature, I guess, for that either. So let me bring that back up here just for a second. So if we go, let's see here. I might even have to adjust some things on this victory lane as far as that placement of that fencing and all that stuff too. Which we have the total freedom to be able to do that. That's not an issue. Just things I'm taking into consideration, I guess, at this point. So let's bring back the LiDAR real quick here. Okay, so the one thing that I mentioned here, that seating that's in this area here is very low profile. It doesn't give me a whole lot of height signature, I guess, as far as for that. It does give me some, but not a whole lot. So it's really, really low. So even if I went by, an average of the highest point that's right there, that's the highest point that we would make there. So that, and then it just kind of slopes down to the ground from there. That's about all the information I have for that. One of the things I am taking into consideration is to move this fence lining behind this here, though, because I can definitely see that might be off. I'm just thinking out loud, folks. Just in case anybody was wondering. Sometimes I listen to myself. Sometimes. Alright, let's do hide. And as I said, I'll find myself going back and forth between populating the LiDAR and not. Yeah, so what I'm taking into consideration, just like I said, as far as most of the time when you build something like that, it's usually going to be semi-symmetrical. It's going to be usually symmetrical. You're not going to have it, one side, depending on if you're trying to do an abstract building. But common building practices tell me, whatever, that you would have things be symmetrical. So like the seating areas that are on the outside here, they would be symmetrical, as far as placement, how far this way. Oh crap, that undo. Careful. But yeah, so when I look at, again, this picture, you can't really get a sense of, I'm looking at it this way, as far as if this one's more offset, like say like this. Let's go top down again. Top down. Thank you. So go like this. So I can't tell if it's more like that, this being longer, or so it'd be offset like that. It's hard to tell with what I've got here in comparison to this. Part of me wants to believe that they're just straight across from each other, just like I had them like this. But that's a 100% guess right now. Okay. Just things I'm taking into consideration, at least anyway. What's up, Straight Ham? Hey, there he is. Comes out of... Were you lurking out there? Yeah. He got a gifted sub, I guess, to the channel thanks to 2022 Farming Guy. Fantastic. So, your name now adorns, I guess, the 1 month subscribe, I guess, to the channel. You can thank 2022 Farming Guy for that one. Very generous. Yeah, we're just in the process here. If you were wanting their straight ham, I guess, as far as to just to figure out, I guess, as far as what's going on with the placement of seating areas for around our victory lane here that we're building for our track build. I should say Torch is a track build that we're assisting on. So just to kind of give you some clarity, in case you were wondering. So we've got this done here. We've had this done a couple streams. and we're just tweaking on, adding to it, things like that. Send a few more pics. Okay, cool. Here was AFK. All right, well, we appreciate the AFK, or the lurking. Like, we were just talking about that earlier too, I guess, as far as how lurkers are very much appreciated as well. You just watched the Xfinity race? Yep. Is it a weekend there for Texas? I forgot about that. So the fact that it's kind of, kind of 1-1. Now, keeping in mind, this build has been going on since, well before the first of the year. It's been a work in progress, that's for sure. But it's definitely coming along. We usually do get a chance to get into the sim itself once we get any works that we complete during the stream, and being able to get that placed into the game itself or whatever, the simulation itself, and be able to see how it all works. So yeah, if you're interested in seeing that, definitely feel free to stick around. We usually do that towards the end of the stream, which usually in a couple hours from now, but usually takes us about that, I guess, just to kind of get everything worked out, I guess, as far as whatever we're working on currently. So just to kind of summarize real quick here, one of the new things that has been added since the last time we were able to show this is the infield object. This is all an object in the infield here, and it does depict, it's based on all real world information as far as satellite imagery for the actual facility. So as far as the placement of it is almost 100% accurate within a few, within fractions of a meter or so. And that's what we're just in the process of getting some of the more dominant structures that are more, let's call them more important, I guess, than others, placed properly. As far as our victory lane in specific, because who doesn't want to win a race at Texas here and being able to come into the victory lane, for example? That's kind of what we're at. Appreciate you coming on in, Straight Ham, and seeing what we got going on here, and hope you do stick around to see what we got going. We have lots of fun in here. We just had a little bit of trivia. Got that Yasso and 2022 Farm Guy gets participated in, and you do earn yourself a little bit of additional units of fluids on top of what you're already earning while the stream is live. So yeah, there's that. And we do use those units of fluids, I guess, for participating in special events here on the channel, like giveaways for Steam Game Go giveaways and stuff like that. So I'm just showing off a little bit, I guess, as far as what we got done with the track. So a lot of this has been the main focus within the last few streams, in particular to include the infield object, the outfield object as well, which probably still needs a little bit of tweaking on yet. Torch can feel free to elaborate. Oh, is this something else that was added? This wasn't here before. These two lines? Just noticed that. So those must be in the form of TSDs as far as trackside details. Torch did add PJ1, so we got, when we initially showcased the track back when, was the initial focus was the PJ1 that they put in the turns 1 and 2 in this position. Now I guess what they have done is also added that PJ1 solution to turns 3 and 4, and I didn't really take a look at that until I just remembered that's one of the things that Torch said he did. So this is what they did on 3 and 4 apparently, in reality. They had the PJ1, I guess, as far as to the high side, and lefting the low line, I guess, open. I have not been able to clarify this in reality, going by totally what Torch has mentioned. So I trust his pretty good work on that, I would have to say, with this PJ1. It's definitely discernible between the actual asphalt and having that sprayed on solution that is the PJ1 that gives it more grip. Now, this goes all the way back to SMI, as far as Speedway Motorsports Incorporated, that owns the venue, as far as in not only NASCAR but other racing circuits as well. It goes all the way back to Bristol when they applied that syrup, I guess, as far as to the lower line, I guess primarily, I guess as far as at Bristol, they seem to be applying it more to some of these older tracks like Texas. So not only have they reconfigured it on the turns 1 and 2 side, but going back as far as 2017, which kind of prompted, I guess, the needs, I guess, to have to rebuild this track, but also to add even more grip, I guess, to the different areas of the corners of the tracks by adding that PJ1. It's pretty wicked. Well, I appreciate it. It's turning out, it drives really great. I have tested it plenty of times, I guess, as far as on stream, to actually show how well it races, even with the AI. Even with the AI, it's super fantastic. You know, just to run even a short race, like a 17-lap run, without a pit stop or anything like that, it's a fun track to race on. And that's the main premise, I guess, as far as why we tend to want to do this. You know, to build it better than what we've seen as far as the default tracks that come with the sim. Not only to add the aesthetic value to it, but the actual raceability of it too. The race today had it from lane 3 up to the wall. Yeah, and that's about what he's got here too. That's about what he's got depicted here. And again, I go by, like I said, we're assisting Torch, I guess, on his build. He watches lots of video coverage, I guess, of the events there. So anything that he has to share with us, we just kind of showcase it on the stream. And we adjusted it. What I'm not, whoa, hold on here a second. I might have already pointed this out before. I just noticed that the tips of the safer foam here is sticking out. Is that supposed to be like that, Torch? Maybe you can confirm. So one of the things that sometimes you have to take into consideration when you're applying the 3D safer, sometimes you have to over-exaggerate the way the foam is, because the way the track will be presented in the sim will sometimes, because of the way it breathes, for lack of a better way to put it, it tends to want to separate or close in, you know, go in and out as far as the way it draws, I guess, all that geometry, you know, 3D modeling. And so it's not supposed to be like that. I just happened to notice that when I was just kind of sitting here, we were talking about the PJ1. We can confirm this in the sim too to make sure, going into turn 3 here, that they're not poking through like that. I think as long as they're not, that should be fine. So it might be just a little too far inwards, I guess, as far as on that, possibly. So we'll have to make a note of that, I guess, as far as when we go into the sim and test everything out to see if that's doing that. Because obviously if those are poking through like that, it'll have to be adjusted. We don't want that. Right, and that's what we'll have to determine. So if it doesn't show exactly what we see here in Sandbox, you know, as far as like that way in the sim itself, then probably leave it alone. But there is some compensation that you have to make for geometric and 3D. So keeping in mind, this is still a geometric wall, this right here. So the fact, the way that the geometric pieces of the track get drawn while you're in the sim, sometimes it makes it, you know, contract a little bit. That's just the nature, I guess, of NASCAR Racing 2003 and how it draws the geometry. And that's the only piece besides the foam that's in here that's 3D modeled that is geometric. So sometimes you have to fudge that a little bit. So like if there's a little bit too much of a gap on the tip of the foam, sometimes you have to suck that wall in a little bit to compensate, I guess, for how much of a gap you have on the tip of the foam. So if that is what's going on here, and it doesn't appear this way when we look in the sim, then we just leave it alone. But for the most part, the spacing of the foam here is what it is in actuality, which overall, as far as from the wide edge of the foam to outside here, is 30 inches. Correct me if I'm wrong, Torch, because I think 30 inches come to mind. It's been a while since I've had to look that up there, but it's 30 inches from what I could gather. So that has been that's one of the reasons why you add the safer, because it takes away so much of the racing surface, and that's what the actual drivers have to deal with. They've had to deal with it for the better part of how many years now, since they started implementing against the safer. Yeah, give or take, 30 inches. I want to say it's, and I do have, in fact, that being said, let's do this. So we can go over to Spline Design Studios website, and there's information about this. So if you're ever curious, this is probably a good time to go check it. So on the Spline Design Studios website, splinedesignstudios.com, other information. All right. So what it'll initially take you to is the Project Wildfire items that are all post-fact from the original game release. These are all additional mods that you can get that were available through Project Wildfire. You have to make sure you patch the game once you do get it. We also have an option here to be able to get the full game. It's totally free. It's been free for some time. It's considered abandonware at this point. So if you want to check that out, feel free. But way down here, as far as the sandbox info, it'll take you to a lot of information that I'm going over on stream. But also, it gives you safer barrier info. So if you want to know, if you ever want to build a track, or if you just want to know general information, I guess, as far as what's going on with the actual safer barrier, here it is right now. Don't even need to Google it. It's all right here. So let's take a look at this. So they started implementing these back in the fall of 2000. So what I wanted to look for, so you can see it's got some dimensions here. So it's overall, I was looking for 30 inches. Yeah. So 8 inches of square tubing steel. That's the steel part of it. Safer is short for steel and foam resistance. Energy, so it actually says it in here. Steel and foam energy reduction. Safer. So, acronym. 8 inches of steel, that's the steel part of it. The foam is actually the triangular wedges here. Overall, from the, if you want to consider at least the wide part of the foam, or the outside of the concrete which it's applied to, all the way to the edge of the steel is 38 inches overall. So it's 30 inches in the cavity. So I was just considering it's 30 inches on this actual foam piece, 38 inches overall, because that steel is actually 8 inches. So overall, going back to that, 38 inches from here out to the outside of the edge of the steel. And that's what's represented, and that's why we want to put that in there, because that's, when you think about it, that's a little over 3 feet. That's taking away, I guess, from the actual old school racing surface, if you will. It does look and that's another reason, because it adds the aesthetic to it. I think the whole process, and we've got many different derivations, from very early progress, I guess, as far as applying the safer barrier. It's still kind of a pain in the butt, to be honest, as far as to do it. It takes a lot of time. So to do a track like this, and Torch can feel free, I guess, to elaborate on this too. We've done our fair share of the cookie cutter tracks that I think can be considered as far as the 1.5 mile tracks. To do one track of this size, safer on both sides, both interior and exterior, you're talking in excess of about 8 to 10 hours, roughly. If you were to sit, there, granted, if you want to do it all in one fell swoop, more power to you. But just to lay out the actual foam itself, as far as to get that orientation of it correctly, as far as, because the turns have more angle to it than it does on the straightaways and things like that. All these, you have to do it a little bit, little chunks at a time, right? So all in all, for the most part, like I said, on average, to do both inside and outside is roughly about 8 to 10 hours. So something like that, yeah. So just for the foam itself, it's but when the way we look at it at this point, as far as like to go through that much work, it actually speaks for itself, as far as like not only adding to the aesthetic of it, but also the way the track should actually race, because it's actually taking away on both the interior and the exterior. Especially, you're not able to go as close to the wall as you used to be able to back in the day before they started implementing this. So the drivers definitely, especially the older school drivers, as well as even some of the newer drivers, have to deal with that. But the way that's impacted, as far as when you impact it, is much different. We don't have the spring rate That's probably one thing to mention. We don't have the spring rate as far as how the safer actually responds. But the closest that we've been able to come to is just as far as to apply it in much the same fashion as you would an Armco wall, which is an armor type of wall. As far as like the guardrails that we see on expressways and things like that, it's kind of the same idea. That's the closest that we've been able to simulate, as it is being a racing simulator, to be able to simulate how the vehicles actually will impact that. So instead of hitting concrete, you're hitting more of a steel barrier instead. For you to be 8 to 10 months, hey, whatever rate, I guess it would, it's, the more time you take with it, and this is something that Torch can, I think I speak for Torch and my other modding partners as far as Racer James, that usually shows up here every once in a while. The more time you take with it, the better it's going to turn out. Because it's basically quality over quantity. There's really no sense in our minds, I guess, as far as to rush these things. Like I said, this track build started well before, I guess, as far as the start of this year, and the fact that it's very raceable. I mean, even without having all the other aspects to it, as far as a lot more objects into the infield and livery and such like that. The grandstands aren't 100% complete as far as having 3D crowds in the stands, things like that. It's still a very raceable track. I mean, it's the functionality of it is solid. The only thing I have not been able to try as of yet is how this drives, with this on here, as far as how that plays on the eyes, and let alone, I guess, to apply any additional type of. Let me look at this, I guess, while I'm thinking of it too, because I know Torch had given me a new track PTF as far as this rendition of the track build, which does reside in the persistence of a track PTF. Has there been any different grip, I guess, applied to this area? That's what I wanted to see. That might be something to take into consideration. Yeah, no shortcuts. Definitely no shortcuts. Yeah, that's the best way. Do it right the first time. Yeah, and that's kind of our philosophy, for the lack of a better way. It sounds pretty cliche, but it is true. Do it right the first time. So what I wanted to look at here, I'm going to look at kind of bouncing around here. But that's perfectly fine. Yeah, so we don't have any different type of surface type on here. This is something that I was wondering that may or may not be something to consider, Torch. I may have mentioned that, I guess, as far as for on this end too. Yeah, so see how you've got that different grip here as far as being concrete, I think? Is that concrete? Yeah, that's concrete. To apply that same type of feature over on this end too. If the PG1 is actually in existence, I guess, in reality there, you might want to add some grip. That's the whole idea. That's when we want that visual, I guess, as far as the PG1 being down there, we want to have that physical grip, right? So you do plan on it? Okay, cool. So the fact that, yeah, not only do you have that visual of the PG1 solution being on there, you want to have that feel good, I guess, in it too. So these colors that are on here, these are different grip levels, right? So the fact that the PG1 that's on this end, which has originally been applied on the turns 1 and 2 end of the track, this has a different grip level, which is a little bit more than the asphalt, right? So that's that color differentiation that we're seeing here. We don't necessarily have it just yet on this end. And like Torch had mentioned there, he has potentially plans on it, but at least to get that visual down there, to get it up and rolling, if you will, that's at least that step is done. Let's go back to display textures. So here we can see that visual, I guess, of the PG1 there. What it's still going to be the same amount of grip all the way across there, for now, at least anyway. So we won't feel any additional grip for now, at least anyway, until Torch applies that directly. But at least gives some clarification on that too. Yeah, but yeah, I guess all in all, this has taken since the. Well, what do I have, I guess, as far as in the way of build folders here? I've got, what have we seen here? This goes all the way back to January 4th and even before then, it was still, yeah, so back in the end of December, earlier part of January this year. That's a long of time in there that's been put in here, and it's just a little bit of things at a time. It's not a ton of things. Just, you know, you get something done, you apply it into the track, and you try it out, see where it's at. That's basically part of the process. And like you said, it's like the longer you take with it, take your time, quality over quantity. It's usually comes up pretty good. And we've been using LiDAR, real world information. It's probably another fair mention if I haven't already. Real world information based on 2018 data. These are fully 100% available from the USGS website. To get this real world information, that's what we're using in our Max scene. To get all that topographical data as far as the amount of banking that's in the turns and such things like that. So we were able to use all that real world information to apply this to the actual track build to make it almost 100% accurate, or pretty damn close. So that's just something else to fairly mention. That's another reason why we're putting so much emphasis on different aspects of it, like this victory lane. It's a very definitive type of structure, I guess, is on there to include such things as like the grandstands and things like that. The Big Hoss, which is a very staple structure, I guess, at the facility. The Lone Star Hotel, very well defined. When you go to that, it's hard to miss those. So the fact that we've Torch has, for the most part, I guess, as far as put a lot of emphasis on these particular items to make sure that it depicts the track in much the way it should be in reality. 33 units, there you go. Oh, 62 on the Risk, nice. Very, very nice. That's a little over 100 units there, right? Yep, doing my math right, it's 105 units of fluid right now. Sweet. GG's. So, yeah, so now we're just going to get back to, and yeah, for anybody else that has any additional questions, I guess, about what's going on with the build or what I happen to be working on here presently, feel free to ask. Is that 95? Yeah, 95. Thank you. Thank you for correcting my maths. Yeah, you definitely take that. When you can get 2 in a row like that, that doesn't always happen. The bot can be stingy sometimes. That is for sure. Yeah, so this here, the program that I'm in here is a tool that was made available by Pyrus for the most part. That was the original developer of NASCAR Racing 2003. That is also freely available via the pages that I showed on the website here. You can get the Sandbox utility 100% free. Make sure it's here. I don't want to make a liar out of me. So yeah, you can get the Sandbox application right here and download that. That's if you care to want to divulge in this type of thing. We've made a lot of these items available 100% free, no strings attached. So it's like if you feel necessary, as well as to be able to get the full install of the game for free with the patches. Those are all freely available. Other information, go to Spline Design Studios website, other information, and that's a plethora of links and things available, I guess, as far as to be able to get it, to include all the mods that come with from original. This is one of the original modding groups for NASCAR 2003 back in its heyday, back in like 2004. It's now been since defunct for quite a few years now, but the legacy of that original modding group that was Project Wildfire still lives on by what we're doing here today. So, and the fact that the racing sim is still used heavily as an alternative, I guess, as far as other racing simulations that are out there like iRacing. And it's still a fantastic sim. It's still a fantastic racing. It's fun to be able to create things like we're doing here, and also to race on them once we get those made. so also, I guess, as far as just to show what I got going on here, this is what is called 3ds Max. This is what we use primarily to be able to create the objects, the track library and things like that, to put into Sandbox and then hence getting into the sim. So there's like a step process there. Build it in the the modeling program, get it in the sandbox, get that saved so that we can get it actually conformed to be able to be compliant to run it in the sim itself. So that's kind of just the nutshell step processes that there is for building these types of things. Maps is heard, yes they are. So what I've got here open here presently, if that wasn't clear enough, this build of this victory lane was done going back to 2015. So we did a 2015 track build under the banner of the Safer Barrier Project. Torch is taking the initiative, I guess, to build it to even further to be compliant, I guess, with the current layout of the track. As far as to take into account, I guess, as far as they've lowered the 1 and 2 side, turns 1 and 2 side to add to PJ1, and we're just using some of the elements that were from the 15 build and reapplying those because a lot of those objects are still relevant. Just being able to tweak on them to get them more compliant to what they actually are, size-wise, scale-wise, and so on. And that's what we're in the process of doing right now. So what I've got laid out here currently is the victory lane that originates from the 2015 build under that Safer Barrier Project banner, as I mentioned, and we're just tweaking it now to get it more compliant to what we missed based on that 2015 build. That makes sense. Oh, 92 units extracted. See, that's the way the gambling works. Sometimes that happens. Torch says you'll be right back. No problem there, Torch. We'll be here when you get back. Yeah, so this is something that I'm struggling with, I guess, at the moment here, just as far as to understand where these seating areas that are outside and or inside, I guess, as far as the victory lane area. So let's go like this, so we can see these seating areas right here. This is what I'm pertaining to. So we do have the LiDAR information that shows the height data, I guess, for that, as far as how tall this thing is. We can use picture reference, I guess, to verify that. So using things like the LiDAR information, which is the real-world height data, as well as picture reference to actually justify and clarify the positioning and the height, you know, how it looks and things like that. What I've got in here currently is just a placeholder for these seating areas. And so I'm just kind of loosely trying to get those into position and seeing what else needs to be adjusted to accommodate the positioning. So these are both the same size, as far as they're just clones of each other. They're a little bit offset right now, so I was kind of determining whether or not these are straight across from each other or if one is offset. That much I can't 100% tell. That's been something I'm kind of struggling with here at the moment. So on the Y, let me see if I do this. So if I set this Y, this is part of the process, I guess, as far as what we go into. So common building practices, as I've already mentioned, would tell you that you would have things otherwise symmetrical. So having stands be straight across from each other would make sense, as well as to have, you know, the way the building is designed, you'd have this, you know, basically a repetition or a symmetric. So you'd be able to fold this in half, it would fold in on itself and be perfectly lined up, that type of thing. So that's what I'm taking into consideration. So the fact that the texture that we're dealing with, when I say all this, we do know it does have some skewing, both in this direction, maybe a little bit in this direction. So it's not 100% lined up, but we do have at least a little bit of reference to be able to determine where these things go. So by using what we can see in this satellite imagery for our ground image and the LiDAR information that's 100% lined up to that, we can use both those pieces of information as well as picture references like this to be able to determine if everything is where it needs to be and the proper height and so on, and positioning and so on. So all these things we want to be able to keep in line so that it's all where it needs to be within, you know, very minuscule deviations, I guess, from the actual placement and such. Torch is back. You got nothing on that shot. Nothing. Scolded and nothing. Bots being stingy. Oh, nope, gotta wait a little bit. As I said, those shots are on reserve. Gotta be careful with those. You don't need to get drunk on the fluids now, right? Okay. Alrighty then, where are we at? Hey, we're making pretty good time on this there. I think, you know, what this is going to end up turning out to be is just like if I haven't made that clear enough already, these are just going to be placeholders for these seating areas for now. We'll be able to, you know, kind of tweak on that as we get more and more information. Oh, Torch said he did put some more pictures in there. I almost forgot. Maybe look at these additional pictures. So here's some additional pictures that Torch sent me. They do use actual fire in there. That's crazy. All right, so here's a picture right from inside Victory Lane. So this would be facing front stretch here. See that? So this would be where the Victory Lane built. So they do actually set that on fire on the top. That's, so there's that lower seating that we can see there. So it looks like it's 2. Okay, on the wings here, and it's 3 up. 1, 2, 3. That's actually 4. My bad. 1, 2, 3, 4 steps up there. Okay, so how high are the other ones? So we can see those right here. That's a pretty good view, actually. This is what I'm talking about. So this is what we're trying to build right here. The seating area. Okay, so they've got it more to be like, I don't know if that's shooting. Look at that. They're pretty cool how they put that fire on the top of that. It's pretty wicked. A good long tee. Nice. Oh, drink. Oh, wait. Is that not working? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on a second. Is that not working? Hold on a second. What the heck's up with the drink? That should be working. Did I turn that off by mistake? A second. There it goes. That does work. Oh, you missed. Wait, no, you spelled that right. Wonder why that didn't work for you. Oh, wait, it did work. My bad. Never mind. Eyes are playing tricks on me. That sometimes happens when you're working on 3D models like this. Guys gotta go funky. Animating a fire? I don't know if I'd go that far. I would leave that to the very last, Torch, honestly. I would leave that to the very last. Get more of your the structures that you want to get in there, like the garages and the haulers and things like that, and see where the track lands. If there's room, I guess, to be able to apply that post-fact, then I would, you know, maybe try that. But for now, I would leave that out. I mean, it would be a cool effect, don't get me wrong, but I think that's going to take a lot of polys, I guess, to be able to make that happen. I see they even got smokestacks here as far as, that's crazy. You realize. But this does give us a little bit of information. I can even zoom in on this a little bit. We can see how this thing is designed here. So there's steps that go with it. Okay, that makes more sense now. That's what I couldn't determine on this side, so they got steps going out this way. Okay, that's what I was trying to determine. Let's put this back top down. Yeah, so on this end here, let me pull this out here just for a second. But I couldn't tell what was going on over here, so they do have steps right here. Okay, that makes more, that helps. So now we can see that the edge of the stands is right here. These are the stairs going this way. That helps tremendously. So what we can do from this point, you know, this is the edge of the steps going this way. Saw that from the other picture. Alrighty then, so this will help. Go back to this one. So we can see this one going here. So they got one going this way along the side, and then one going out that way on that other side. Okay, so we can use that information. It's good stuff. Alright, so let's go like this. It almost looks like what I'm gonna need to do is put, I'm down. I'm gonna do the steps separate. So the only thing I'm focusing on is just the main seating area itself. I guess this one does have the steps in there too. Okay. Alright, let's shrink this up. I'm gonna focus just on the seating area itself and leave the stairs out. Might have to reclone that and put that on that side, possibly. Alright. It'll be something like that. And then we have stairs here and stairs there. Cool. Alright. So what I will do with that being done, I'm going to delete this one. I'm going to reclone this one. But I'm going to reset pivot, center that. There we go. Now I'm going to clone this one. There's a copy. Put that over on this side. Alright, so we're still assuming that they are symmetrical, you know, the same size, straight across from each other. Right? I think this would make more sense. Just like that. But the other thing I'm not 100% sure of still is this stand on the inside of the fencing and then this one's on the outside. That's what I'm still debating on. So can we tell from those pictures? Probably not. Back to that. So this one here, you can definitely tell it's on the outside of the fencing. You can see the fencing right here. So that's on the outside. What about the other one? Is that on the inside of the fencing or on the outside? Can we tell on that other picture? Probably not. Let me see. Let's take a look here. Bring that other one up. We got this one. That one looks like it's on the inside. Alright, let me open this up here. That's probably why you sent me that one. That's probably a good idea. Yeah, I think from what I can tell in this picture you sent me here, Torch, that seating on this side, we already know that one's on the outside of the fencing. This one looks like it's on the inside. You can see where these people are sitting here. It's kind of cut off there, so it's kind of hard to tell. But it almost does, from what I can tell from this picture, at least anyway, that seating. So if we assume this is the fencing right here, so it kind of goes around here like this. We'll have to redo that in our model, and then that fencing is that seating area is actually on this side of the fencing, and then this one's on the outside. This seating is on the outside of the fencing. Okay, so let's go back this way. This is where we're at. So we would need to move this fencing on this side here. Problem is, I don't know how that goes. Does that just hang out here? Yeah, we need more information on this side of that victory lane. We got plenty on this side to be able to determine that this should be the way that is. I'm almost thinking this, all this fencing here, which I can detach that, go into this piece. We're going to go ahead and detach this and move that out. Okay. So we want to select, and this is dual-sided here. Selecting those. Yeah, cool. So that's the back side. Cool. And really what I could probably do is just drag select this, like, let's do it. There we go. We want to get all of that and detach it so we can move it. So we'll go detach. Leave it as just an object. That's fine. Then what I want to do is adjust the pivot for that. Get to the center of that. And we can select. Now we'll have to reconform this, I think. Follow that line there, but at least we have it out here like this so we can do that. Alright, let's go back top down. Yeah, so what I'm thinking will have to be done here is to follow this line I don't know if that just hangs out here on this end, though. I'm not sure. I don't know if that's shadow. I can definitely tell here. Definitely probably have to retexture this too, because the way I need to reconform this. Alright, let's go to vertex view. Vertex. Grab all of that. I don't like this. May or may not have to. May be fine. Yeah, it might be okay. Yeah. Okay. That might work. So this probably here is just shadow. That doesn't necessarily mean at the end of it's there. That's something I'm also taking into consideration. I think it needs to be more like that. And this kind of hangs out here. We need to, we need to definitely determine how this fencing on this side is. So if we can find a picture reference of that, that'd be sweet. I'm thinking it probably goes, I'm just guessing, something like this, and then there's, it might curve back into this, I'm not sure. Not 100% sure. Something like that. Yeah, and then you'd have the opening for both either the vehicles or the pedestrians and whatever to come in through here. Yeah. I think we're getting there. We're that much closer. Yeah, so if we can just get some more confirmation on that side, as far as how that works there, then it'll be fantastic. So the other thing I guess I can go by, at least for now, with all that in position, I'm going to leave this just kind of floating out here for now. I don't really need to retexture that because I didn't really move it that much more other than just pull that corner out a little bit, that panel. So as far as how that texture actually gets applied here with the transparency, that'll still be pretty well conformed. It's not too stretched out or whatever, it's where you got bigger gaps, I guess, in between what would be the bars of the fence there, for example. I'm not gonna get too picky on that. So those shadowing better. What do you mean shadowing? I don't need shadowing. What do you mean just, let me see what you got. What you got? Oh! Gotcha. Alright. That is a nice picture. Let me see what we got here. Let's see, huh? This one. I see what you're saying. Yeah, so that one, it does definitely look like it's on the inside of the fencing. Still kind of really hard to tell. They do have some decoration, as far as shrubbery and stuff like that too. I noticed that too. Okay. Yeah, there's that seating that's here. Gotcha. I see what you mean about the shadowing, yeah. So I still can't tell where that fencing goes. I can see it right here. As far as does that go behind these stands here on that side? This one we can still even tell on this one here, the fencing definitely goes in front of this seating area. That's very evident. It's still really hard to tell. We can see the gate right here. Huh. Maybe I got this wrong. So maybe we still need to keep the gate in front of this. So the gate, the fencing here, still runs in front of that. I might have been looking at that wrong. So there's like some landscaping or whatever you want to call it, I guess, goes behind the backside of that seating area. Interesting. That's probably the bumpiness, I guess, I'm noticing in the LiDAR. And that would make more sense. Yeah, so let's bring back the LiDAR here real quick. Right. Yeah, I think I can see that now, Torch. Okay, let's LiDAR. Give me LiDAR. So a lot of this bumpiness that we're witnessing here, that's all landscaping. Some of the lower parts, at least, anyway. So this would be the stand. I still need to figure out where those fencing go. Fencing is really getting to me right now. I'm not really sure where it needs to go. Let's move it over here for a second. That kind of goes against what I was thinking, where that was placed, though. Anyway. Yeah, so the height of it might still need to be adjusted. I haven't gotten to that point just yet. Dang it. So what I was initially thinking, where I had that stand placed. So this is not fencing right here. All that's shadowing, I guess, from the curb, or whatever you want to call it, I guess, as far as the landscaping that's around those. Yeah, so even if I go back to this picture, that's what that tells me. That's not fencing here, was what I was talking there. So the gate, or whatever you want to call it, it still does go in front of it. I'd like a ground picture, if there is one, or pointing this way. We see plenty of it over on this side. That seems obvious because that's where the race winner comes in from that direction. I need more information on the ground level, I guess, as far as for this. I can see the gate that swings open here. And I'm assuming that just runs in front here. But that would be a lot shorter than what we've got it, so that's why. Right. Yeah, that's definitely what I can conclude, but man, I can't really even begin to determine, I guess, as far as how much height there is on that landscaping that's around those things. It's really kind of random, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it. Let's bring back the LiDAR heroes. Okay. Yeah, so the fact that we have a lot of these lumps and bumps here, it's really hard to tell where that landscaping, you know, how high, you know, there's got to be like a curb or something there. It doesn't really define that too much. It's almost like the cloud point data is it's a little bit abstract, you know, a little bit exaggerated, if you will. It's going to be hard to determine how high that needs to be, just as far as the landscaping around it. So I'm kind of struggling right now between the placement of the stands and that landscaping, or whatever you want to call it, that's around it. Firebat! What's up, Firebat? Welcome in. We're just struggling here a little bit, I guess, as far as trying to figure out what we need to fix on our 3D model here for our victory lane for Texas Motor Speedway. I hope your Saturday's going well. Okay. Alright, so Torch and I are just having a little bit of discussion here, I guess, as far as how these fencings here. So if we do this much the same way this is lined up, with just the edge of this building, have that come straight out, that would be symmetrical. Much more in comparison to the way it was in the first place. Alright, so let's grab that fencing. No, I don't want the LiDAR, get dumb. Let's do this object. There we go. I'll move this over here. It's on that axis. Okay. We'll get this here eventually, folks. So sometimes it's, you know, it does create a means, I guess, as far as having to decipher, I guess, as far as what you have in the LiDAR information in comparison, I say, to your satellite imagery, right? And that's kind of what we're struggling with. Right? So a lot of these other points that we have clearly defined as far as where the building is and how tall it is and so on, we've been able to determine all of that. Some of this is a little bit muddied, if you will, as far as to kind of say, okay. So that's still the other thing I'm struggling with too, is actually how high, height-wise, is these stands. I want to say they would be symmetrical. I don't think one's taller than the other. They both have the same number of tier of seating. So, just in case anybody didn't know, that might be popping in here, like Firebat, the green areas here represent LiDAR. That's just real-world information based on actual topography, cloud point data, if you will. And we're trying to utilize that to be able to get the proper height, size, and scale and such, I guess, as far as for structures that we're creating for the track library of our track build. So we have our victory lane here that's conformed to the LiDAR, which, like I said, is scaled, I guess, to be real world, based on real world information. And what we're also trying to get into place is where these fencing areas are, as well as these stands, seating areas that flank this victory lane building. So just to kind of bring up some, so we've got plenty of picture references here. This shows from the inside. So this perspective here that we see, we can see front stretch of the track. So start finish line is out there somewhere. So it would be from, say, this perspective. Oops, swing this around. It would be more from this perspective. That's what we're looking at in this picture. Yeah. And this one would be facing towards the, I guess if we're looking at the back side, it'd be the left side. So that'd be more in this direction. So, yeah, so this here represents fencing. So this area I think we've got pretty much nailed down, I guess, as far as the placement of those stands. What we don't have 100% is this side. Now, if I wanted to be, follow the common, the standard building practices, for example, I would say back top down. To make these symmetrical, top down. There we go. I would put these, so make them these seating areas straight across from each other, number one, and then put these stands. So as far as where the corner of that building is, same as that corner of that building. This is about where I'd want to say they need to be. Let's get that object for the fence. And bring that over here. Looks like we'll have to extend that a little bit. Possibly. Let's see, where's the rest of that? That one's there. This. Yeah, that's what I was going with as far as a mirror of each other. So if I was to, common building practices would tell me this would need to mirror each other. Same on each side. But it's just, so if I put, the front edge of this stand, pretty much even with this corner, and that much I still can't 100% tell, other than going by this ground plane, which we know has skewing in it still. Very minimal, but it still does. Let me turn this off for a second. Yeah, so that kind of gives you an idea of how much skewing we're dealing with here. So the edge of the stand should actually be right about here. Okay. See, what's really throwing me off is where this fencing is here. So if that's skewed more this way, that means I would have to go back. Okay. Alright, hold on a second. That means this fence that I detached here would need to go something like this. Yep. That would make sense, and that's compensating for the amount of skew that we probably have still going this way. We need it. So the fact that that's the circle here would be more like that, more to this edge. That would put this where it needs to be. That would make sense to me. Yeah, and that's the other thing I'm taking into consideration. Some of it's shadow, and it's hard to determine which one is shadow and which one is the actual fence. But in keeping everything symmetrical, we can see that we've got this one coming off this edge of the corner here, which puts that seating area, I guess, as far as in that same orientation here, just behind that fencing, as same thing as over here. So in that sense, it does make it symmetrical. So keeping everything symmetrical, that's the way it would make sense, the way that should be. Okay. Yep, so these two are both the same size, as well as height and so on. Just a matter of the positioning of it. It's a little, you can tell the visual, how much that's off with that skewing of the texture, which isn't a lot. It's not a whole lot. It's definitely noticeable, I guess, as far as when you go to try to apply this here. So again, just keeping all three elements available to us as far as, well, at least two, as far as our ground plane image that has the skewing that we know of, as well as the LiDAR, which is in the proper position. We're just kind of balancing that out, I guess, a little bit to make sure we can get these properly placed. That is all. Alright, so let's do like this. This opening here looks terrible in comparison to that one. I might have to shrink this one down. So if I really want to get technical with this here, what I could do is find out what the... Let's recenter this. Did I recenter that since I detached? I don't think I did. That. And then what I'm going to do, if I really want to get picky with this, I can actually put the pivot onto this vertex here for this fence so that I can get it properly placed on this corner too. So again, just keeping in mind all this is symmetrical. So let's go vertex. So we got vertex right there. It's actually buried into that building a little bit. Okay. Let's see. I don't want to do this. Alright, I think I can do that. Let's do effect pivot. And I'm going to drag that pivot to the edge of that fence. Here. Oh, I don't have... Dang it. Got edge snaps on that. Why is that mess? I have it on vert snap. And then I turn the snap off. Snap to... I need the fence vert, which will be right there. Okay, so what that's going to do... More at an angle, but... I'll have to get an X and a Y coordinate to put this coordinate to be either that, or what I could do is snap. And see, it's not really snapped though. I might just go ahead and do that anyway. I might take so that it's not just buried in there like that. That might be a better option. I think I might just do. So instead of having it buried into the building like it is, I'm going to snap this vert Again, it comes back down to what we knew then as in comparison to what we know now. It's basically what we've got going on here. So what I'm going to do is snap that corner. I'll be able to line that up. I could probably snap it here and just bring it down based on the height of this one, for example. Let's do that. Let's go vert snap. Son of a gun, why'd you... Oh, and keeping in mind these are... Okay, these are double-sided. I gotta make sure I got both sides. Second. Where is the darn vert? 2 vertices, that's what I'm looking for. These are double-sided, but that's definitely a good thing that I've got 2 vertices selected. So what I'll do is snap that right to the corner of that building. Alright. And then what I'll do for these two, I need 2. Yep. I'll snap it to this corner. Okay, now I got it good that way. Now I got to change the height of that one there because that's obviously higher. On a slope now. I got to get the Z on this one. Off the snaps. We're at there. So now I can copy this Z. Oh shoot! You know what? I don't want to move the building. Or son of a gun. All right, let me undo this. I goofed. That back down. Alright, so I'll edge snap it at least anyway. Opposed to vert snap, and then I can just ensure I guess that height didn't change. That one. Otherwise, if I would have kept that snapped here, even though it wasn't welded, I wouldn't be able to ensure myself that I'm not grabbing that corner of the building and move that down as well. I don't want to do that. That's the only reason why I kind of went against that. Okay, so let's edge snap this. Okay, so I don't need the verts. But all I'm going to do is snap it to this edge. Then just to confirm that the height is still proper, check it here. Now I can be assured I'll grab just the fencing, the vertices that are involved with the fencing, and not grabbing that corner of the building. Make sure it's still 2. Nice, and I can paste that one like so. Now I know it's back to the same height. Now it's snapped completely to that edge at the same height started with. Okay, with that being done, I'm gonna do the same thing this side. That's assuming we're satisfied with the placement of this fence here, I suppose. What I don't like so far, what I might end up doing is just shortening up this run of fence here, so we can change the opening of that, because I think that's too narrow. Yeah. Right, so that just goes straight across. See how much opening I have here. That's probably the shadow of that. Alright, so let's go back to this object. Vertex, I'm going to grab all of this. Yeah. Now, I could probably... I might split the difference here, so I'll probably shorten this one up and that one up, just so I don't scrunch this, the texturing of that too much. So I don't want to do it all on just one side, for example, because so I think I'll balance it out by just doing a little bit on this one and a little bit on this one as far as to move this whole panel over that way. So this. Grab all these verts, line it up this way. A little bit on this one. And a little bit on this one. This will eliminate the necessity of having to retexture that because of making these bars a little too scrunched together. So grab all these. Like that. Now, if I really want to get picky, I could determine how big of an opening this is and have it the same on this side. I don't think I'm going to get that picky. I'm not going to get that. If I wanted to, I could probably create a ruler, you know, just on a flat plane or a box or whatever, determine actually the size of this opening and actually put that over here and make that opening the same size. I'm not going to work. Nothing else what I could do, this will be on a pivot. If I took these here and swing it this way. Yeah, see how much that scrunched that down? That's why I did a little bit at a time there. This is what I was trying to keep from doing. Just to kind of show, as far as I say, oh, it squeezed all those spacing of those bars. That's what I was trying to avoid by doing a little bit on each side, so it didn't do this. That's definitely too small of an opening, I guess, as far as even with that. If we want that door to fit, that's how scrunched it is, I guess. Alright, so let's swing it. It was out there quite a ways, wasn't it? May still have to redo it anyway. Okay. That's fair. Might have to make that opening just a little bit bigger. Well, it's either that or let's make that door a little bit shorter. Then I definitely would have to retexture it. Definitely would. Not a big deal. Remap it. Definitely just remap. Okay. Yeah, so I can guarantee, I haven't touched this here. I can definitely guarantee when Rachel Jameson originally constructed this model, you would have had this as a full piece here and just cut into that. So I can guarantee this piece here is definitely, you know, the same size as this opening. That's what I'm kind of trying to do, I guess, with this here. If nothing else, what I could do is just reconjoin this together. Probably retexture it, possibly, and then just cut a new piece in there and then just open it that way. I know it's 100% gonna be the same size as the door, the gate or the door is gonna be the same size as the opening. That might just do that. Actually, I might talk myself. Okay, so before we do that, anyway, I'm gonna snap this to this building. Let's get this all done first. Didn't do that yet. At least I got an idea of what I've got to do there, at least. Alright, so we want... This is a separate object, so we have... There, cool. All I need to do is do a vert snap. There. And I'll do an edge snap. the fact that this is a separate object here, I don't have to worry about selecting any other verts that I don't want. As long as it says only 2, I'm good to go. Snap that to that edge, and then just to realign that height, sure that height. Go to this vert, turn it off. Copy that, and I think that's the same. 5.83. See if that's the same over here, just out of curiosity. Should it be 5.83? 5.83. Cool. So we haven't changed that height there. That's good. Just to reconfirm. 5.83. So we need to set this vert. 2 verts it should be. Yep. Back to 5.83. Wasn't too much off, but just a little bit. Cool. Just a smidgen. Cool, now we can be assured that, because when I try to snap that to that edge, because it's going to go anywhere along that edge, you can definitely throw that height off the way I was going about that, but there's fixed just like that. But I think what I will do now that I got that completely snapped to that corner of the building, that's symmetrical, I guess, with the other side. There's a couple of different ways I guess I could have went about this. I could have hatched this and just copied this and made a clone of that. I guess that would have been an option too. That's already textured and so on. I think the approach I am going to take to this is just, since it's already a separate object, we're going to how do I want to do this? Do I want to delete this panel? I guess it won't really matter. No, it really won't. Let's do it this way. A couple of different ways I could do it. I like having options, but sometimes too many options is kind of a pain in the butt. Put it that way. Right, so let's snap this here. There's 2 sides. Yeah. Make sure we get them all. There we go. Now what we're gonna have to do is retexture that. Get rid of all that scrunchiness, I guess, as far as it's there. That's not a problem. Torch gets a second jackpot. That's another one. That's one of the lower end ones. Probably scared the ass over there a little bit. He's trying to multitask over there. The ass was like, "What the heck is going on? What was that? What's going on?" Yeah. So I guess the other thing I think of here, and that's, I was leaning on the idea, is possibly eliminating this panel. What I need to get to is, and I'm going to have to retexture this anyway, I guess it's not going to matter if I do it this way. What I need to have is just one complete panel going through here, and then I can create a cut to have a gate. Yeah. But the thing of it is, I'm going to have to, alright, I got to do it on both sides. I might just do a Boolean cut, which will cut through both sides. I can do that just with a simple plane. Alright, so I'm just thinking out loud, I guess, as far as what I will do, though, before I do that, I'm going to hide the infield objects. In this case, it'd be the new ground. Okay, so we'll hide that. Oh, okay. Let's say, where's the infield? Hide both of those, so I can be assured I don't cut into that. Okay, so we're gonna do this. So this is still separated. This is still that piece. Okay. So Dang it. Yeah, I think I can still do this. I think I can do this. Alright, so what I need to do is get rid of this. So in order to get rid of that, I need to delete this plane. Both sides, so that one and this one. Get to that point. Okay, cool. Then I need to take all these verts, which should be 8. 4. No. 2. Yeah, I guess it would only be 4, my bad. So it's 2 per, yeah, 1 per side, so it's, yeah, that's, I got 4 vertices selected. What I can do now is snap that to here. We'll do these independently, so do these 2. Vert snap that to this. I'm gonna have to retexture this. That's very evident. That's okay though. Now what I can do is I can create a new cut for like where the hinge would be, I guess, for that. That's what I was trying to accomplish there by having this separate piece. I think I can be able to do that. Cool. Alright. Q. Now what I need to do is with this piece here, I need to re-UV map this. Open that up. That. Texture. I mess up here a little bit. We're right over here. What I need is primarily this right here. That poly. Do these probably both at the same time. I can get away with that. I think. So both of these that are right here. Let's do that so we can see what's going on. So I still got them highlighted. All I did was toggle off, I guess, as far as the actual highlight. But it is still highlighted. You can see that yellow bounding box. Plus I can see it in here. You were watching. So was prepared. Oh, you were watching? Okay. Well, maybe it caught you off guard. Gotcha. Alrighty then. Let's. No. I think what I'm gonna do is do a quick planner. Oh crap! That's not what I expected. Let's undo that. Oh, you son. Okay, you did put it back though. That's cool. That's all I wanted. I did not expect it to do that, so it's probably because it's on an angle. And I was wondering if it's gonna do that. Make sure I got it selected. I got them both. Oops, I got to reapply the unwrap. My bad. My bad. Go like this. Polygons. Editor. Somebody just got to open this back up. Oh, for crying out loud. There we go. Got the texture in there. Let's widen that up. I want to make sure I've got both of these. Highlight. That. That should be both sides. So I guess I'm gonna take a different approach to the whoopsie, wrong button. Trying to get this view in here. See what's going on. It's gonna need to readjust the spacing of that as well. Okay, go. Might have to go with maybe I got a little too close. There we go. Get fuzzy like that. Yeah. Let's grab all these verts on this here. That panel. Okay. Should work in theory. In theory. Bugger. You know what? I got a better idea. Instead of doing it this way, it's just gonna drive me. Since I already know that other side where it needs to be, I'm gonna attach that, clone it, and put it on this side. I could probably fiddle with that. You know, I think it would be much quicker. I could definitely fiddle with that, with the skewing on that. You know, to get that texture, to get the spacing of the bars on that side. Since I already know this was good, I'm gonna borrow this. And just to keep things symmetrical, I'm gonna put it, clone it and put it on this side. I think that'll work out better. Alright, so let's do this. We're going to hide this. There we go. And then I'm gonna detach this from here. I know it kind of goes against all that snapping that I did on that side, but that's not a problem. We can redo that. Trying to keep things symmetrical here, and I guess the best way to do that is take what's already available here. We already know this one is, and just put it over on this side, right? So we have the same size opening. And if we need to adjust this panel, we can do that, if necessary. So let's take all of these polys. Might be a little tricky. So 6 polys. Trying to see if I got those all. So we should have 3 for each one. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, 6 polys it should be. Cool. Now we want to detach that. Object 2. And then readjust the pivot center onto that. Cool. Now we can clone that. Should have just done this in the first place. That is object 3. Object 3. Now we can move it over to this side. Okay. Now we know we've got it the same this side. So and again, in an effort to keep things symmetrical, the only thing I would have to do is pivot this whole thing so that it swings that way. How do I keep that? Hold on. Might be able to turn it. I might do some angle snaps. Yeah, let's try that. I'm going to do an angle snap this way. We want to do it 180 degrees from this way. Like so. I think that'll work. Good deal. Nice. Okay. We're on to something. Now we just need to move it this way. Look at that. Now, and like I said, if nothing else, I can change the size of that panel if we need to, but I don't think I'm going to. I'll leave it just like that. So we got 2 symmetrical gates on either side of that, because they were kind of offset, I guess, before. Yeah. That's what I was going for. I want them to get symmetrical. Cool. Now, let's go ahead and re-snap. That. 2. And then almost want to move that out just a little bit more. Get away from there. And re-snap that edge of the fence building. So just cool. Shuz butt. See a problem. I think I can fix it in the texture mapping though. I need to have this on the top. I should be able to just flip that UV map. Yeah, let's do that. We can fix that. Let's go like this. Texture in. Out a little bit. Polygons. Oh, 1 object, so we should be able to get all this. Should be 6 polys. Get it all? I think I got it all. This week, what you needed to do is get these narrower bars need to be on the top. So because I flipped it 180 degrees, obviously put them backwards. I just gotta flip this UV that way. Wait, that work? Oh, I did it the wrong way. Shoot. Oh, I need to go this way. Right? That's not working. Why is that not working? It's flipping that way. I see that. What the heck? No. Alright, what did I do wrong here? Gotta be one of these. Or the other. There we go. It was one of them. Why is it not getting this here though? Shoot, that means I didn't get all the polys. Son of a gun anyway. Come on, let's Control Z. Let's get all the way out of the unwrap. Let's get all the way out of the unwrap. There we go. We're right back to where we started. Cool. Let's start right from scratch. Alright, let's try it again. Unwrap. Alright, let's go. Try it again. So, since we know it's all over here and it's just this one object that we have selected, we should be able to just grab it all from here. But I want polygon nuts. There we go. Now we should be able to go like one more than this one. Son of a biscuit. Control Z. This one. There we go. That's what we want, so we want to get that back on the top edge. Sweet. Alright. A lot of versatility in that regard. Alright, now we got it back to orientation there. Sweet. Now all I gotta do, let's collapse this down. We're good with that. Give it a second. Appreciate everybody sticking around, I guess, as far as that. We're going to get this into the sim here eventually here. I always like to test that out. If nothing else, like I said, we'll at least get it in there as a placeholder, I guess, for these seating areas. Right? So I'll just leave these as boxes, for example. Placeholders, and we'll get some texture on it. Based on, we already determined what area we can use of the texture, which is over here. And then we can just build on it from there. Or just to change the texture, I guess, as far as what we need. Once we get it more constructed as a, you know, a static piece, if you will. Alright, so let's reconnect. So vertex. So that other object that I have for this fencing that I originally put there, I don't need that. In fact, let me go ahead and unhide that. Get that out of here. We don't want that one. We don't need that one anymore. So object 1. We'll go ahead and delete that. I can go bye-bye. So let's go back to this one. Now we'll do another vertex snap. Get 3 vertices, nice. Snap it to this corner. Snap it to that, and then we'll do an edge snap on this one. A little bit of a repetition, but nothing too major. Snap it to that edge, and then just to reconfirm height of that, let's turn the snaps off. And grab any one of the verts on this 5.83. We'll copy that. Either manually type it in or just copy it like that and paste it. Cool. I got it back to this upper level. There we go. Noise. Happy with it so far. Okay, let's bring back, turned off. Where's our infield object? Infield, new ground, turn that one off. And also, infield new. There we go. Good deal. That's where we're at so far. So yeah, I think what I'll do, just to at least get this in here as a placeholder, need a little bit of adjustment on this one here, it looks like. Let's move this box. What I will do, I can keep it in this box, that's fine. That'll work. We'll smooth this in a little bit this way. Okay, and we'll move this one just a little bit this way. Cool. And then what we'll do is just we'll apply this texture, which is the victory lane, and then we'll map it to that area of the texture. Again, all just placeholder. Victory lane, here we go. We want to apply that to our box. Oh, it's going to look a little funky, and that's normal. We want to do unwrap. Okay, and then we want to go this up. Open up our texture. Line that up a bit. And all I'm going to do is take all these faces here, all the polys, just a simple box, and do a liner, like so. And we're going to put that here for now. Right in that area. This is the area we're going to be using for that. So it's just going to be simple black. That's for now. That eventually will get changed. Okay. And then we'll do the same thing. This box. So at least we can have a texture applied based on, you know, having that same texture that's already using for a majority of our victory lane objects. So we're going to have to be able to create a new victory lane object to be able to put into our track edit folder. Go ahead and collapse this one down. You know, something else I could do, and I might just do that. I guess it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This is thought. Collapse all, hold that down. Just so that I don't have to keep doing this collapse all business. Give it a second. Okay, and now what I can do is just take, since that is, we do know that's just straight across from that. I already got this map, so I don't have to do that process again. I'm going to delete this box and clone this one. Copy. The number of it doesn't matter, it's all this is placeholder. No problem, yes, sir. This over here. Like so. Cool. There's our placeholder for our seated areas, at least for now. We'll be able to add more to this, you know, as far as the other seating area and things like that later on. And, you know, to elaborate, I guess, as far as on that. But I think the height of this, these two should be good. Let's bring back our ladder information here. Ah, crap, that's not what I want. Box 4, was it? Let's unhide LiDAR and see if we got the height of this right. Yeah, so from that one picture, let me see here, just for reference. This is definitely higher than the fence. Just from what I can tell there. Yep, it's definitely higher than the fence. Okay, that gives me that clarity. Okay. I don't think we're too far off, I guess, on the height of that then. Now, that's considering we've got the height of these fences here. Correct. 5.83 meters is what we have, which translates to... What is that conversion? 5.83 meters. Let me see here. Meters. Meters. What the heck? Meters to feet. Let's see what we got here. So we got 5.83 meters. We already know what the height of that is. Damn, that's over just a little over 19 feet. That doesn't seem right. Okay, so let's see if we can get a closer look at how tall those fences are. The goal, yeah, is the height of that, the wings on that building? Probably not. None of these really give me a clue. Cannot see the height of that fence. Right. Yeah, so I can see it here. Wish I could see the corner of that building. I can't tell. If we go by this railing, well, that fencing shouldn't be quite that tall. Just a little over 19 feet. Now, I'm also looking at the height of the people. With the fact that the average height of, say, an average male would be about 6 foot. So it's only that much taller, I guess, than this dude's probably closer to 6 foot. Of course, he's up on those stands, too. So never mind that. Bottom line is, I think this fencing is way too tall. So what we need to do is probably put it more to like 7 or 8 foot. What I'm thinking. Yeah, I think it's going to be... So we got to change the height of that fencing there. So we need to do... Let's go back this way. Do our conversion here. So we got to go... Yeah. We want it to be... Works both ways. So 8 foot. Wow, that's going to be way smaller now. Okay. Let's copy this value. See what that gives us anyway. I'm totally guessing here, but what I'm looking at is the fact that the LiDAR... We don't have any LiDAR really for the fencing, right? But what we do have is the LiDAR, I guess, for the height of the stands. And then when we compare that to how tall people are, the average height of the average male, for example, things like that, we can confirm. I believe the fencing here is way too tall. What I want to do is change the height of that fencing. These were things we didn't really know, I guess, as far as back when it was done in 50. We got to make sure we get all those verts, though. So we got to go this. So that should be 2, 4, 6, 8 of them. Yes, we do. Got 8 vertices. Got double side. So what I'm going to do, since we got this at 5.83, we're going to set it to... I just copied their paste. That ain't right. What the heck did I do wrong? Alright, did I do that wrong? Hold on. What did I do wrong here? 8 foot, 1.43 meters. What in the heck? What did I do wrong here? Hold on a second. I might need to recenter. Hold on. What the heck did I not take into consideration there? I'm missing something. What did I miss? Let's recenter this. Something I'm missing. Pivot. Okay. Now, if I grab those vertices again. Yeah, so I've already confirmed. Okay, so I got all of these vertices are selected. It's at 5.83 meters. Let me re-plug this in here. Something I'm not. Paste. That should be a little over 19 foot. Now again, when I look at these pictures, oops, that's definitely not a 19-foot fence. Considering the people that are walking around outside, this guy's something. What the heck? What am I missing? Good grief. Should be able to put that at 8 foot. Do we have it buried that much? Is that what it is? No, it shouldn't be. What in the freak am I missing? Should be able to put the value in here for 8 foot. That gives me that. That's way too short. What the heck? I'm confused. Yeah, that ain't right. What the frick, man? That's only like a 2 foot wall. Yeah, I'm trying to make it 2 meters, 2.5 meters. What in the heck am I missing here? I guess what I might have to do is detach this piece here too. Alright, we're gonna get to the bottom of this. This should not be that difficult. But I think it's coming down to more the fact that I don't have this thing isolated. So where the 0 is, you know, as far as centering the rest of what I've got in this model, that's why it's not. So I'm going to need to put the pivot on the very bottom once I detach this here. I should have 6 polys, cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yep. Let's detach that. Okay. Now I got this as a separate piece. I'll center that for a second. Now what I need to do is take... Alright, we need to get rid of some stuff here. Hide that again. Hide the LiDAR. Hide that. Cool. Now what I need to do is set that pivot on anywhere on that bottom edge. I think that's what's messing with me right now. Okay, let's do this. So, effect pivot. We're going to put it on this edge. There. Now we'll be measuring from that bottom edge. Let's get that. Now we should have a better, more accurate reading, I guess, as far as to get that to 8 foot. I think that's where that needs to be. Oh, in between 7 and 8 foot is what I'm thinking, from what I can judge by the pictures, at least anyway. And since we don't have any LiDAR that really tells us that, we can only go by other things that are surrounding that might give us a clue. And standard fencing, I guess, as far as like that would, you know, for in this type at least anyway, would be probably no more than 6-7 foot. I'm just kind of just exaggerating a little bit, I guess, but that's kind of where I'm getting some logic, I guess, behind it. Alright, so let's go vertice. All those are still selected. Now I should... I mean, it's still at 5.83. Let's reselect these just to make sure. Ah. Son of a gun, anyway. Kind of a curved, bendy piece. I should end up with 8 vertices. Cool. And those are all at 5.83. This is going to be the same daggum result. What in the heck, man? It's bugging me. I don't know what's going on. I should easily be able to plug that conversion in here because we are dealing with meters in here. So I'm just converting the feet to meters. No reason why that shouldn't be proper size. It's definitely not right. I don't know. That's confusing me. This is really playing with my brain right now. Wow. Alright, so 8 foot it's saying is that high. Right there. That don't seem right. Alright, if anything what I'll do is I'm gonna at least make the height of these fences a little bit shorter than what they are. Because from what I can see in the pictures, the fencing is definitely shorter than our stands that we can clearly see based on LiDAR as far as how high those are. We need to make these shorter, it's just a matter of how much. But the fact here, let's try this. No, I guess that's that's not gonna matter either. That's still gonna put me at the same meters. Dang it! I can't believe that's that length there. I don't know. Are those things that? Is it throwing me off that much? I guess that's really screwing with my head right now. Anyway, I'm gonna make these smaller here. 0.062. Alright, let's try that. Let's do the same on these. This is really starting to bug me. I need them shorter. They need to definitely be shorter. Okay. Here we go. These verts. So we got 2, 4, 6. Wait, how did I get 10? Hold on. Got 2, 4, 6. I only should have 8. 8. Is that? Wait. Yeah. Nope. And them all the same height. Alright. Next. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. Right, so once again, we need you. Nope. Much there. Shoot. I get there. Oh, I see what I did. Gotta be careful. I'm selecting these. 4, 6, 8. Here we go. Is that height? Oh, there. Now we got those all at that same height. Now, to me, like I said, as far as the height of that, granted the front edge is still, I can probably just this for now. Since they're separate boxes here, we can put a slight angle on that. We know this height is correct based on LiDAR as far as those stands. Confirm that. I'm gonna take these two corners here. Goes down like this, and these are all just placeholder. Keep in mind, it's going to be adjusted, I guess, next time around. But I want to get something in there just to kind of give the sense that there are going to be some stands here. There we go. There. So we've re-symmetrized, I guess if that's a word. I guess as far as both sides of the fence. Victory lane, create these openings like that. Got those roughly placed, I guess, here for seating. Everything else is buttoned up, so that's good. Oh. Alright, let's make sure we don't have anything that we don't need to have in the scene. any garbage in here? Yeah, so we got object 2, 3, 4. These are fences. I'll probably get those recollapsed. Yeah. So let's do. Where's the victory lanes? So, yeah, so victory lane. This one, and this one. We're gonna collapse that all together. So I'm doing this as a step process here, as I've shown before. A lot of times it does make a difference on how you collapse the items together, because it could sometimes step on how the mapping and such are done too. That because these are two just very placeholder type of items, I'm not worried about them as much as far as the texturing of it. Just as long as the texture is still applied to it, which is that victory lane texture. Okay, so let's do hammer, collapse, selected. That looks good. Alright, and then we're going to convert that back to an editable poly. Pivot, center, good. And also reset the X form. There we go. Collapse that down. Give it a second. Yeah, so I gotta bounce, gotta run in there. No problem, yeah, so I appreciate you sticking around like you did. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. Okay. Cool. Alright, so that's good. Now we've got that all reconfined. So the only thing we've got separate here is just these two boxes. We'll recollapse that separately. I'm trying to remember though, did I make a separate scene? I think I did. Let me double check here. I did. I made a separate scene for just the victory lane. What I'll probably do is make a new victory lane, because this is did a lot of wholesale changes, I guess, to this deal. I'm gonna do a Vic Lane New or Vic Lane 2 as a max scene, eliminating all the other stuff that we don't need, I guess, from it. Oh, on the left it looks like flat. Okay. Hopefully we can get some more. We got more pictures? Not yet. Okay. So yeah, hopefully we can get some more pictures, I guess, to kind of clarify, I guess, a lot of that. I'm not going to get really into the busy work, I guess, as far as that. I just want to get in there at least as a placeholder at this point right now, because we're already closing in on the 4-hour mark. I want to be able to get this into the sim so that we can test things out, to include all your new items as far as that new infield object and what I've at least loosely done here. So I'm going to make a new scene for this that doesn't have things like the LiDAR and such in it, just to isolate just the Victor Lane. And we'll make it as a brand new scene. Okay, and then we'll get it completely collapsed and all that good stuff. We want to keep the Victor Lane in these two boxes. Got our placeholders for that. Let's unhide. What I will do too, ground, field. I want to do this first. This one I don't need anymore, obviously. This one I'm going to get rid of. That was a previous infield model, which is basically defunct now. Delete that. Clean this scene up here a little bit. And now we'll get this new infield. Cool. Now, we'll go ahead and save it this way first, as our main scene. And that's gonna Yep, that one right there, cool. Save that, give that a second. Okay, we're getting there, folks. Slowly but surely, we're getting there. Appreciate everybody's patience, but this is part of the process, I guess, of creating things basically from nothing. Yeah, so we got a lot of information in that. Okay, cool. So I think it's done. So now what I'm going to do is bring I'm gonna get it isolated down to just the pieces that are involved with the victory lane. Let's do select all, unhide all that. Now, go into our items list. We got everything that's even hidden in the scene exposed. We're gonna do this. Wait, we want to select all and eliminate. We want to keep the victory lane in these two boxes that are our new seating areas. We'll delete all that. Cool. Now we can save this as a new scene. Just isolating just the victory lane. So it's built in place. So we want to do File, Save As, and we're going to put that. We're going to put that right here. Push items, Texas 2020, victory lane. This is going to be a brand new scene. I'll do this one as new. Probably either Vic Lane 2 or I'll just do Vic Lane _ new. That'll work. And I'll have it. It'll be dated, so that'll be good. Save that. And just to confirm. There it is. So now what I can do is I can make a collapsed version, just much like the time we did previously, back in September 19th. September 19th of this year. Alright. Now we can continue. Whoa, crap, I just moved it. So we can complete the process, I guess, of collapsing it all down. So go victory lane, box. Yeah. Okay. Collapse. Selected. And the other thing I want to do is also apply a reflection and all that jazz to it. Well, before I save the scene. It's probably another fair mention. I should probably do that prior to. I already saved that scene. Yeah, let me reopen that. Hold on. Let me reset this. Kind of got ahead of myself there a little bit. I already saved that scene. I'm gonna go ahead and open up that one I just saved. And I want to add in, as far as our mask, you know, as far as our reflection and all that good stuff. Save it that way before I collapse it. Where's it? Here, modeling. X. No. Victory lane. 3DS. Alright, so we're going to go back. This is our starting scene here. What I want to do is go into our hero editing. Oops, wrong one. Oh, and I see it's going to have all those other ones too. That's fine. That's fine. The only thing we want to do, so it might already have it. Just making sure. No, it does not. Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure. Yeah, so it does not. So I want to make sure I apply all that. Alright, so let's go to Specular. Okay. And we need to go to Modeling, Mesh, Texas 220, Lane, 3DS. We need our. Okay, that's for our windows. You don't need to apply it. Don't need to physically apply it to the model as long as the parent item is. As long as it's populated in here, we're good to go. That are 5, 25. Okay, and then we want to go down to here to maps and add reflection, not bump. I think that was the issue that we'd had before as far as to apply that environment map right here in the form of a DDS. That, and it only has to be populated. You don't have to physically apply it to the model. Just a little bit of summary. Okay, so now we got that all populated as far as the environment map, what we're using for our mask for that reflection. based on environment map, and then our parent texture. And then we've got our 5 and 25. Cool. Now we can save this. Save over that, so save as one here. So now it's set. Now we can go ahead and collapse it. That's going to be our starting point. So victory lane, we'll go to our items list. Victory lane, box, collapse, selected. Okay. And we'll also do six. I'm gonna go, so collapse that down. Oh, yes. Cool. Now we're all collapsed, all in one piece. We got all of our textures already applied to it. We're gonna save this as a collapsed scene, just for the sake of it. Don't really have to, but it's. I already had one here from the previous attempt here, so I'll do Vic Lane, new. Next, 2014. Collapse. Come on, get in there. There you go. There you go. Perfect. Alright. Collapse that. So now we have that starting point here for our collapsed scene. We don't necessarily, we can just save ourselves a step, I guess, by opening this scene instead of having to recollapse all that. Just to reconfirm, now that we got it all collapsed, I want to see how many polys do we got in this thing. Should only be, what did we say, about like 56 or something like that for now. Let's convert this to double poly. I believe it was somewhere around 56. Okay. 71. Okay, we did add these two, so that makes sense. Yeah. And the fact that those will still need to get, like it's still got the bottoms, this is basically a modified box. So we added that many more polys to it. So if I think it was either 56, 58, we added that many more polys with that. That's just to kind of give some clarity on that. Okay, that's all I wanted. Still relatively low poly. Now, from here, we can save this as a new 3ds, and we'll do a victory lane new 3ds, so we can bring that into Max 5 and create a new pass file based on that. And probably what I'll do with that being said, I'm going to rename this one just in case something screws up when we do the pass export. Now we've still got that one to fall back on. That's our previous model, just in case. Alright, so let's create a new 3ds for this. File, spirit, and we'll go, model, access items, 2020, 3ds, and we want to do 3ds, victory lane _ new. Okay, and then we'll be able to bring that into Max 5 so we can get our pass export, which I already backed up that previous version of this. Like that. Get that out. Yep. This we're not worried about. It's just telling me it's got to rename some items there. Doesn't matter. That's just because of that 3ds format. You can only have it be so many characters. So a lot of times it's just gonna step on how it names those. That's not gonna matter as far as needing it for our pass export. All right. That's normal. So we got our new 3ds, which is victory lane new. We'll bring that into Max 5. So from this point, we'll go ahead and close this one out. Actually, let's go ahead and bring up 5. Give us a second. I need to get Max 5 loaded up. We're gonna get this thing in the sandbox and get it into the sim. We're gonna try this bad boy out. Already did that. Close out WinMap 2. Alright. Load up Max 5. Yeah, so just give me a second to load up Max 5 and we'll get that new freshly exported 3ds of that victory lane model imported, and then we'll go from there. So no new textures. All we did was reuse, I guess, as far as an area of the texture that wasn't being used by any other part of the model. Alright, let's switch back over. Alright, Max 5's loaded up. So we need to import and navigate to where we save that 3ds. Right in here. 2020. I mean, the fact that it's 2021, it just goes to show you this is when it was started, so. Victory lane, 3ds, and then we want this victory lane new. And we want to completely replace the scene and don't hurt the units. Alright, so there it is. All in place, so we can see based on where the grid is at, as far as how off of center, as far as 000 that it is. That'll give you an indication that you've loaded the model properly. And we want to go into material, do much the same thing from here like we did in the other version of Max, to make sure we apply every texture that we need to apply it to make sure that it's reflection and all that stuff is going to show. I'm just going to rename this here a little bit. Just adjust the name of our model. Let's go into the parent texture. And then apply Victory Lane as a TGA. Make sure it is image alpha because we do have transparency in it. Good. Completely apply that to it. Now we just got to apply. Back up here, we're going to do a specular. Hit map. That'll be our mask for our windows. Again, you do not need to physically apply it to the model, as long as the parent texture, as long as it's populated in here, do R5 and 25. Okay, go to maps and then add that as a reflection. Not bump. That DDS for the environment map. Okay. Now we got everything populated that we need to have in here. Check the name of our model, so that's all we need to do. So now we can spit this out as a pass file. And we want to keep the name, and that's why I backed that one up, with that, just to kind of give some clarity. That's why I backed this one up there. I want to hold on to this one as a backup. So once we can confirm that our new model is all good to go, we won't need that anymore. But it's just a Victory Lane pass, and because we got it scripted, we want to make sure that pass file is named properly. Alright, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to do File, Export. I'm going to put that right into that same directory. Modeling. 2020. Victory Lane. This. And we want to choose Pass File. And I got that in here as a backup, so I can just highlight that and just take off the backup. That'll save that as a new pass file. Okay. Save that. And just to confirm, it should be right there. There's our new pass file. So now we'll need to take, and I've already got this populated, at least I did. Yep. So I still got the Make 3DO directory populated here. And take all of our items that we need to include environment. We need our pass file that we just created. Victory Lane, our mask, at minimum. You don't necessarily have to put the MIPS in there unless you want to load it through View 3D or things like that. Don't really need to have it, and we also need to have our script because it does add a population parameter to it. Over to Make 3DO, paste. Now we can bring up the command prompt for the, now that we got all the items in here, and just to confirm, oops, gotta bring that over here. Just to confirm, this is when we started this in 9/25/21. This is for Texas 2020, Texas build Victory Lane. We added the population switch, so we can either turn it on or off by depress the O in this. That's all good to go. So let's bring up the command prompts. A lot of this is going to be a review, so cd backslash change directory, go to this, and then we also want to change directory to here. We're going to take everything to the right of the drive, that directory to where we're working out of. Might be different for you if you're doing this for yourself. Okay, and oh crap. Oh, I put an extra, my bad. I had one extra. Yep. Take one of those backslashes out. Go and enter. Now we're in the proper directory we need to be working in here. Now we need to call up the make 3DO. Tell it what we wanted to do. Make 3DO. Oops, not 2DO. Make 3DO. So that calls up the program, and we're using a script, so we want to do -s, and the name of our script is pick lane, all one word, lowercase, .psg, and we do have an environment reflection. We got a reflection parameter, so -e we want to put as a third parameter, and press enter, and that should spit out our 3DO. Like so. Now we can open this up through 3D SimEd, and it'll give us our initial object here. So there it is, and all it's blurry. Now because we don't have the MIPS actually in here and stuff like that, we do got double-sided. It does show our placeholder stands and all that stuff. So initially this is good. We'll still need to get this in the sandbox to make sure everything is working like it should. Okay, so that's just to verify that it does load. That's a good sign. And we can take this, cut this out, and we're going to put this into our track edit directory, which is right here. Alright, so all we're doing is just replacing that model where we didn't do anything to the texture, right? So we're just replacing that, so it should have all the same orientation. Now, what I'm noticing already, because we added those additional polys, right? You saw that it was at 71 polys, as opposed to like the 58 or 56 that we start off with there. Because of adding that new thing, it's only added about a kilobyte, 1.2 kilobytes. Pretty reasonable. So I'm just taking note of that. So we're gonna definitely replace that. Now we got to reload our track. It should still put it in the same position. It should still put it where it needs to be once we reload the track here in Sandbox. If we've done everything correctly. So let's do a new. I don't think I did anything here. I think it's just because I was going into the geometry and checking things out there, so I don't really need to do. And even if that is so, I'll be able to zero it out and it should put it where it needs to be. That's fine too. So no, let's go ahead and reload this. So I think initially what's going to happen with this PTF that Torch has sent me, it's not going to have the victory lane in there, but we should be able to zero it out. It should put it where we need it to. Alright, so let's open this up. Give that a second. Yeah, so I think I just going into the geometry and checking things out. All the F sections were done, things like that. That's what it was telling me if I wanted to save it, and that's normal for the way Sandbox works. Loaded. It is loaded. Okay, cool. Yeah, so initially this is probably not going to have the victory lane in here. That's perfectly normal. Just have to add it track and save it as a new PTF. Yep, so that's where it needs to be. Let's do go into object placement. What everybody waits for, right? Victory lane. Boom. And we'll go into our items list for. I'll be applied to the PTF, right? Oh wait, there's two of them in here. Well, you must have had one in here too then, Torch, huh? It's out of position. Yep. Gotcha. Well, I'm gonna need to take that one out anyway because we got a new model. Yeah, that's probably gonna be your old model. And you've got this one. Where do you got that at? Oh, it's right over here. Okay. Yeah, I'm assuming that's going to be the old model. Oh, yep, this is the old one. Oh, wait, no, that is the new one. Both of them are loading right over here. I gotcha. We only need one. Only need the one. Okay, so let's take one of them out. And we'll just zero one of them out. Oh, biggie. Yeah, so the fact that Torch's PTF save is still referring to the Victory Lane 3DO because we didn't change the name of it, just the look of it, because the design of it. So that's part of that. So even once you get things into position, you save the PTF. Once you swap out items, as far as to edit those. That's why I'm saying as we build these things, put them into position, as we redo, I guess, the objects in place, right? That's all it's going to be is a replacement. Just a matter of all you have to do is reload the PTF with the new 3DO, and it'll load right where it's supposed to go once we do that. So Victory Lane fixed, zero it out. Since we did build it into place, all we can do is just zero it out. So there it is. Shield bang, sorry. We only got 2 slots so far. I'm keeping track, Torch. 2 slots so far. It's not bad, actually. There we go. There's our new model. And the way I can tell that is because we got these flanking placeholder for these seating areas. Good deal. Sweet, and it does have the reflection on there too. It's very, very minute. It's not super. Yep, it's got a little bit of reflection on that. You can always change that too, as I've mentioned before. Cool. Turned out pretty good, actually. There we have it, folks. That's our placeholder, I guess, for that. So as far as being able to add things to it from that, now we've got that scene. Going back to that, as far as the especially the non-collapse one, we'll be able to pull that out, I guess, from there and just build on it from there. Ooh. Yeah, I think that's going to be better, I guess, as far as they have the fencing that way. I think it was way too tall. Just looking at the pictures that we had there, as far as how much taller that seating area is, so from the ground level, whether or not that's still the correct height, I don't know on that. We might need some more clarification on the height of the fencing, just to kind of verify it, but everything else that we've got in here, as far as the height of these, it's much closer. We already changed the height of the roof line for the actual Victory Lane building. That's all solid. I can confirm on that. But yeah, there's our placeholder for those anyway. We'll probably end up adding possibly some transparency to these seating areas, I guess, to kind of give it that, the poles, the idea of the poles. We probably won't 3D model, I guess, all those individual poles like are in the actual picture. So the fact that, let's see if I can find one. So yeah, all these poles, it's just going to be probably just a simple box with transparency on it. Might have to double side some things to get railings, I guess, and stuff like that that's on it. We'll do that next stream, I guess, as far as to focus on getting this to look like it needs to be. But I think we got a pretty good start, I guess, like at least getting it to the proper size, getting scaled, getting it where it needs to be and such like that. That's definitely a huge plus. Let's go ahead and save this PTF. Well, I'm going to go back to geometry. What I did want to look at too before I do that, how did we do on the bottom edge of this thing? That's actually not too bad. It's looking pretty good. So the positioning of this model to the new infield object is looking pretty good. Not bad. So previously when we loaded it up in here, it was kind of cutting off the bottom half of the building there, which was not good. That was one of the things we did adjust to it, yeah. Now, granted, the badging that's on this thing here isn't 100% correct. That's still going to be adjusted somewhere down the road, but at least they have some type of texture on it so we can get a sense of what it actually is entailing. Oh, you were laughing at me when I was telling you, I guess, as far as two jackpots? Thought that was funny. I'm keeping track, though. I'm assuming that's what you were LOLing about. Alright, so yeah, we do want to save this. Yeah. File, save as. And we want to do this as, let's see. Vic lane access. That was one of mine. You already got that in there. Torches over, you got that applied, so that's cool. I'm going to do it like this. I'm going to do reapply. Or let's do apply. New. Vic lane. That'll work. Cool. That way I kind of know what's going on with it. Kind of give me a little bit of a notation. Go ahead and save that, and we'll confirm that it did save. That should buy. Where to put that? I got way too many PTFs in there. I gotta get some of these out of here myself. This is just my version, so this is one here I don't need. Torch already took care of that. That was just something I did for my own purposes. Apply new Vic lane right here. There's our new PTF. We'll be able to bring that over to our game track directory, as well as all of our new items that Torch has applied. So this PTF that I just saved here is going to include all the new stuff that Torch has applied, to include that PGA1 that's in turns 3 and 4. We just got to make sure that we bring the new infield objects that he's got there, to include our new victory lane object, over to the game track directory, which is I'm going to do here in just a moment. I'm going to take a short little break before I get to that point. You guys can feel free. In fact, here, let me try something. I tried this last time. I didn't get a whole lot of people, I guess, participated on it, but I'm going to see. Well, I'm going to take a short little bio break. Yeah, let's load this up here. I think this should work. I did it right last time. Okay, that's going to be on that scene. That's right. Just want to make sure. So we got a little bit of intro fighters. So all you have to do is you can play the slots and all that stuff like that, just to kind of enable the fighters, I guess, on the stream. It's just kind of a little bit of a different flavor to Stream Raiders, I guess, if you want to call it that. Whoops. Let's do that. There we go. Intro fighters. Let's play. Pretty cool. I like this. It's pretty fun. So I gotta make sure. That's cool. Start it. Oh, invalid. Crap. Alright, hold on a second. Give me a second. Might have to do some things here. Crap. Hold on. Ah, nuts. I'm gonna have to okay, I guess I'll recant on that one. My bad. I gotta reauthorize it and all that jazz. Probably with the things that Twitch is redoing there. Alright, I'll have to remember I do that for next time. Let's exit out of that. My bad. Anyway, I was gonna try that anyway. So I'll just leave it on page here for now. I will be right back, folks, and we're gonna get this thing all situated, I guess, as far as into the simulation itself, and we're gonna test it out in the sim. Don't go nowhere. Be right back. Alrighty, folks, we're back. This is a short little intermission there. Alright, let's get some things moved on over here. So, let me see here. Let's, wait. Alright, so what I'm gonna do, bring this screen up. Gotta get some things moved over. Alright. Get some things moved over to our game track directory here. So I'm going to back up initially our last PTF from what we tested on stream, which is, wait a minute. Oh no, that's our track edit. It is our track edit. That's what we want actually. We need to get our PTF that we just saved. That one. So what I'm gonna do is at least initially get this over to our game track directory. Here. That's the part of it. Okay. And don't have it named this. Back this one up. Oh crap, I got a previous backup in there. Where's the previous backup? Okay. Bye-bye. This one. Got to rename our new PTFs. Name is our track. So copy the name of the track. Okay. I always like to be careful with this one. I don't have file extension for PTF, I guess, actually registered with the system as far as where the game itself, you know, simulation. Always really cautious as far as how. Got our new PTF. Now we got to bring over all the other items to include the infield. I got to look over here on my other monitor. Here we've got I know one thing for sure, we gotta get the this one here, we need the victory lane, we know back. Do anything with the textures, put it there. That over there. Override that. Yes, please. That folder. Now we need to get all the new items for Torch. Which is on the blade. Alright, so we need to get this new infield, that new texture. Oops, my bad. Texture for that. That new infield. Oh, wait a minute, that's the bitmap back here. Say, wait a minute here. Way too many files. So yeah, I need the MIP. That's the infield bitmap that I created. I guess as first to put it into Max. That's right. Forgot about that. So we only need the video, the MIP. Don't need the PTF because we already got all the changes, like I said, as far as the little wedge. The save that I did already is going to include that, and then we need this TSD yellow line. That our game track directory. Yeah. should have at least 2 items that we need to replace. It would be the infield, radio, and yeah, would be 2. No, because I think we should have at least 1. Just the infield object. So the texture for the infield object is brand new, right? That's why we only have that 1 item we have to replace. That 3DO that we already had that previously. We just didn't have. It's we got a brand new texture, I guess, applied to it since the last time we were able to test this out. So 3 items there, so those are good. Now what we can do is launch this game. Load up. Getting to that point, so let's load up the game. And go into testing here initially just to see if everything loads up fine. As long as we can confirm that that works, we're going to try out what this flashing goes. NASCAR 2003 mod. Testing. 2020. This should load. Did something wrong. What did I miss? Missed something. The fact that it did it as quick as it did, it's almost believe that I might have named it wrong. I might not have named it correctly. Check that out. Did it pretty quick. Remember if I did miss. You know what? I might have. Just a second. We did do some work on it last week. I think that's what it is. Yep. Yep, I think that's what it is. So I do have some items that Torch did give to me last week, even though I didn't stream. Yeah, so that's what I gotta. Just a second. Don't need that map. This. Yep. Brand new, so softball inner. Don't need that PTF. Don't need that 3DO. But I do need this. That was a previous attempt, I guess, on the infield object. It's been redone, I guess, since last week. So, that over. Few files, please. Cool. Should have everything that we need. And if it does it again, then I know it'll probably relate to something like the PTF not being able. The fact that it kind of hesitated a little bit, but it was also pretty quick. A lot of times that'll lead to the fact that you probably misnamed your PTF. You can't find the PTF. That's usually the fact that it did it as quick as it did. Now we'll try it. Go to testing mode. There we go. Now we're loading. Wait, I got everything. Ew, things. All right, so the fact that the people are loading in already, is that right? I thought they were only supposed to load in during race session. This is testing. All right, let's go to drive. Alright, we're good there. Hold us in the car. Sweet. You need to get the wheel over here yet, though, but I want to at least check it out in testing so we can see the Cash App logo that's on the end of pit road, so we know that's good. Sweet. Let me get this wheel moved over. Give me a second for that. You sent 2 minutes. Yeah, I got everything now. Cool. Yep, I think we got everything now. I might have missed that, I guess, as far as as I was doing all that. Now we can get into the race session. Actually, what I'll do, get this wheel moved over real quick. Give me a second. I'm gonna mute the mic so you don't hear all that fumbling around. Alrighty then. I think yeah. It's a lot of clunking and clattering, I guess, as far as to get things adjusted here so I can get. I always like to keep the wheel somewhat out of the way when I'm doing all the 3D modeling. Just in order to get that out of the way, so get it back in the way, so back where we need it, so we can actually go. Go. Okay. Alrighty then. Cool. So let's initially try this out in testing mode here. We'll see if we can. Victory lane is and all that good stuff. So Pete, freaking mouse. Here goes. Back the other thing. One of the other things I'll do here. I'm thinking of it. Let's turn that off. And we'll also turn off that one for the time being. Let's get all the sounds of it. Sim. Planes. This is all in testing. Go to. Let's do this. Go this way, and we're going the wrong way. This is all testing. Yeah, I don't recall. I guess these were loading up. I guess as far as during race, only I thought. Or is it people? Yeah, I'm wrong. Maybe that was something that still needed. Alright, so we have victory lane. Wait a minute. Wait, hold on. That's why. I was gonna say, what the frick is going on with that? But I had the O key, I guess, as far as to make sure all the items are turned on. Yep, so that works. Alrighty then. Got the access here to your victory lane. Ta-da. Wonderful. Cool. Now we can just wait. Oops. Turn that on. So whether or not, and I think I've brought this up before too, whether or not we want to put a fixed view, I guess, as far as on that victory lane. Determine have at least these views show the current victory lane. So if you want to take a screenshot of that, that's pretty cool. Sweet. I'm gonna go ahead and screenshot. That's a pretty cool shot. So whether or not you wanted to have something that's more on the car as far as to have it fixed, you could probably do that either with the TV1 or TV2 cameras or even one of the pit cams. That's totally an option. We can check all the other views out here. The pit lane one. Definitely really point out, I guess, as far as the placeholders that are those seating areas, I guess, that are black. From both ends here. From pit entrance. Oh, looks. That does look great. And you don't even have everything in here yet. Cockpit. The other thing I wanted to look at is see how much, if at all, tires of the vehicle are actually clipping into the ground. All. I don't think they are. Nope. If they are, it's very, very minimal. That view. Nope. So that's probably a pretty decent right there, I guess, as far as it. So this is how we can determine as far as just how well things like the infield object, which is an object. Potential for that object to necessarily clip the actual tires of the vehicle. That just creates, to me, at least some immersion factor, I guess, as far as the fact that you don't have that clipping through. The only thing that we are missing necessarily would be the shadow. So if you do have shadows from cars, I guess, enabled, wouldn't have that as far as going in through object. As far as the fact that the no clipping whatsoever of the actual infield objects, very minimal if there is any into the tires. That's pretty fantastic. Um. Oh, Yasso's back. So you're done with your errand already? Cool. Glad you came back. Yeah, so now we're in the sim right now and we're testing out all of our things. So you can see in this view that I've got it. That's our placeholders for our the little black blob, I guess is right there. We've got them on both flanking ends, I guess, of that. So that's, like I said, obviously as a placeholder, I guess, for those seating areas. But we can get a sense of, having it, proper as far as I lowered the top of that fence line because of what we can tell from the pictures, and we'll be able to verify this even more once we get more of a ground level uh, shot, like from victory lane to confirm or whatever as far as just how high. Now we definitely used to our advantage, I guess, as far as the lidar that we do have for those seating areas, right? As well as in comparison to the texture satellite imagery that we have, so we're kind of lined all that up as well as we could necessarily get it. So we can be assured of that. What I'm not 100% sure on is how tall the fencing is. I can go by as far as picture ref. In fact, let me switch this back over while I'm on the screen here. Let's go. I really need a different button for this. Let's go like this. So as we're looking at these pictures, we can tell, we use average height, I guess, for male, whatever, is around 6 foot. Say that. So considering some of these guys may be just under 6 foot, things like that, and also it kind of tends to make me want to think that these are closer to 7 foot. That's what I was trying to get it to. The fact that it was giving me so much trouble, I guess, as far as converting the meters into feet. As far as what we got there, I don't know what the heck was up with that. But what I was also going by, also considering the height of people, and again, considering, I guess, a male, an average male is around 6 foot, and how high this piece it actually goes above the fence. That's what I was using as a guide. Get it to where we have it. But I'm almost thinking that the fencing might need to go lower. Probably what'll give us some more clarity, I guess, as far as how high that needs to be is where this actually goes into the building, as far as how much of a gap there is between, say, the top of that rail where the red stars are and where it currently sits. I think once we get more clarification, and again, that will come down to having something in reality, real life picture reference, I guess, from the ground level. So this one's obviously from an elevated position. The picture that I'm showing, it's from an elevated, so it's probably on top of on the wings of the victory lane, as far as where those red stars are. Probably from that. So that's an elevated position. So it doesn't really give us really good perspective of how much of this stand is actually above that fence, let alone how tall that fence is itself. Can't take in consideration with that. Yeah, so even from this angle, it's kind of tough to tell. If there's more pics like this that gives us more of a ground, someone that was actually on ground level to victory. Here's another elevated position of that. It's kind of really tough to tell. And again, all we can really go by as far as the people that are in the stands. Some of these people that might be next to 6 foot. It's he's standing further away. I guess it's kind of hard to tell. These guys are all elevated, so they're all standing up above the fence. So that's kind of hard to tell. I think that's really the big question mark right now, as far as like how tall is this actual fence, so that we can actually create this, the proper height is all. Okay, cool. We already do a little bit of racing. We're gonna go around the interior, I guess, of this thing. Let's put this back on the sim. Let's move this back over here. There we go. Back on here and get out of. Go. Check out this interior here. So one of the things I was mentioning, so there's no collisions in any of this. Well, a lot of 3D objects, as we come to know, there is no collisions to them. I want to see. It stop me right ahead of this. Yep, right there. there is a hole in here. Okay. This is the way these segments work and the way that sections. That still letting me go through here, but what I wanted to check was goes to throw somebody off because it's first area. Yeah, so it does let you still just drive right through it, so it's not really booby trap. So many words. It may help, I guess, as far as just to kind of add a detriment, to add some random sections in the field here. Just to kind of, this is pretty cool. Drive through there? Probably not. Nope. Yeah, but that's pretty cool though that you have that. Whether or not you're going to keep it that way towards as far as to have it, or you can actually see to the outside. Flip right through the model because there is no collisions in those. Only way we can add collision to that is by way of either adding next section and not opening it on the left or right, or adding W section that has that collision.
I'll tell all them boys on the spot stand this thing can go any second.
I love my Dale Jr. spotter. June Bug. Got Tony Erie. Junior, I believe it is. I don't know if it's Junior. I forget which Junior is seen. Love my Dale Jr. spotter though. Even though he's not racing anymore. I just wanted to kind of run around here soon. Here's the other tunnel. I was definitely flip through that. But I think some some X sections could be added there without doing anything more to change the integrity of the track. I guess just to kind of add whatever detriment if you go across that area. Like that. And a little invisible wall. So that's a segment. The fact that we can see that corner of that segment.
So I put fair bond on the other side of the seam of the hood. Seams of the hood right there above the grill. Need to seal all that up. Start getting all that sealed up.
There's the corner of that segment right there. We can see that opening right there. That's how far that extends out. That's just to give that access to it. So that in itself would be enough of a booby trap of sorts. Lanes. Yeah, so this is what I was talking about the shadow. So the fact that you can tell the difference between all geometric shadow. This is obviously not, but you won't have the shadow on 3D object. You can see where that transition. This is all object. That might be the only downside, I guess, as far as marrying 3D objects. I guess as far as geometry, not being able to shadow gets casted onto that. But take the good with the bad, I suppose. I think it still adds quite a bit of character as far as stuff. Especially not splitting the track up so much, I guess. Tire skid marks is probably another thing. See where I stopped that. Good, I obviously won't burn out on a 3 though. See, I think this is victory lane. I think we're on the right track. I just would really like to have a little bit on how tall the fencing is. For example, from ground level. That's my wishful thinking. It's on that. That helps. So, all right, I think that's enough testing that out. So that's really about the only other newly added thing. Track besides the infield, as I is the Cash app. I guess I gotta. Now, is this based on 2020 or this year, Torch? Maybe you can clarify that, because as it still seems to be labeled, it's labeled as Texas 2020. I'm assuming you're going by 2020. Okay. You have more information? Okay. Alright, so yeah, the fact that it has these items here, so these are both on an entrance and exit. So there's still some grass kind of peeking. There it is. This is an object that's overlaid on a section there. I think we already covered that though. That's going to be like a painted line. That's got an F section in there. Painted line there. If not, then try and tuck that up. Very minor stuff. There lots of things. Does it have a painted line here? I guess as far as on pit road, in the grass and that. That's probably another thing. So there are some tracks that do and some don't. Just have just plain grass, which would need that that edge of grass texture. Still require, I guess, to put like a half section in there. I guess as far as just like a painted line, only it's dirt, grass. That's really finer. So here's the other one that's on this end as far as pin in. Cash yet. You got that going the other way. Is that the way they actually have it? I'm assuming. Torch would know better than I would. This is far. Cash should be pointed. Should be pointed the other way. Huh? Let's see. Ooh, I already broke in second gear. This one seems to be pointed same direction as the other one. Yeah, they got them pointed both the same way. Seems like the pit entrance would have to be faced the other way. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm just crazy. This is something I take into. Wonder why they had them pointed that way if they actually did have them that way. All right, so let's go ahead. Let's get into a race here. Why not? We're having fun with this. I know I did. I hope y'all did. Got a car. Go into race session. Run a quick little race here. Why not? Yes. Fix the skew. Oh, you did? I must have missed that. Oh shoot! I'm gonna have to look at that too. Yeah, I remember the miscue that was on there as well. But what I was referring to, I guess, as far as is the Cash App, that logo, I guess, as far as on pit lane, they're both facing the same direction. You know, as far as direction of the track. Really interesting. That's kind of weird, but I guess if that's the way they had them, then let's go to single race. I'll have to check that out with the texture skewing. So we had that texture skewing that I've pointed out in previous streams, I guess, as far as on primarily, I think, pin entrance. So, oh, so you're not sure? Okay. So you just put those in there. You just knew they were there. So yeah, that's one thing I was wondering, if you didn't spin it around. I guess it's proper, but you know it's there because you can got the just by looking quickly, I guess. So these pictures that I'm looking at here. Oh, okay. Never mind. Those are like previous winners. They got nice. They got 2003, 2002. Interesting. And you can still see that score tower there too. Sorry, I'm looking at a picture, I guess, as far as I previously had up there. So there are some things that are still relevant to the track, as far as even older picture. What do we want to do? 17 laps? That sounds. I want to do yellow flags. We never did really have any yellow flags, I guess, as far as in these runs that I've had track, so that's good. This is what we want to test here, see how everything is working so far. I think that's done. So especially Torch's new infield object is totally brand new from when we've been able to test in the sim in a race session. We definitely want to confirm and everything's running smooth. Righty then. I'm going to do a quick little lap around here and come into the pits, and I want to verify, I guess, as far as that adjustment to texture skewing. Go around here.
Clear to the wall. They're all
wow.
clear. All clear. Go hard.
So we're going to have to check that. So we don't have a pit overlay on this one, so the fact that right out of the gate, as far as right out of my pit stall.
Stay on the apron until we get over there off too.
Yeah, it was already telling me I was clear, which I'm not. So that's some things that'll have to be adjusted, but that's just something I'm taking into consideration. Alright.
There you go, go hard.
Righty then. I'm gonna come right back into the pits here. There's a
Outside,
PG1
clear high.
that's been applied here, but keep in mind we don't have any different grip level, I guess, to that just yet. Check that texture skewing here. Did have some noticeable texture skewing, so
Speed 45.
probably
Eagle
within.
man number 2500 second gear.
Oh yeah, so especially with having that decal, I guess, in there, if there is any at all, it's totally not noticeable. See how that? I'm looking at the very left edge there. You can see that little tar strip. I know it's hard for me to point, but let's see if I can point the car on it. So what I'm particularly referring to this line right here. The way this blends in now, especially with having that decal there, you can't even hardly tell if there is any at all as far as any texture skewing. That blends in really good, I guess, as far as, especially if they got that decal there in actuality. Ooh. To me, I almost feel that these dash lines here are a little too wide. Not wide as far as in the direction I'm going, but side to side wide. I think those need to be narrower. Possibly. Seem a little thick to me. A lot of C's. Alright. Give these guys some pit practice. I've already tested this previously, I guess, as far as to see how the animated pit crews, I guess, as far as get the wheel over the wall, it doesn't clip that wall. Take away from the immersion.
Okay, go, go, go. Pit road speed
Good job,
45.
guys.
Eagle
Go
man
slow.
number 2500
Like to
second
keep
gear.
it under 15 seconds if
Clear
you
to the
can.
wall.
Not too bad.
They're all clear, go hard.
Man, I'm really curious to see though how fast these pit stops are going to be now that when the next gen cars get used next year, 100% full time next season. They only got one lug, one big lug instead of 5 or whatever the heck it is.
There you go hard.
So I imagine these pit stops are going to be like incredibly fast. I mean, these guys, even with the current type of wheels that they put on the cars, you know, with the 4 or 5 lugs, they're able to do like 13 seconds or even faster. That's even insane in itself, but I'm expecting that to be even half as much.
45.
We're talking like maybe
Eagle man
7,
number
8 second
2500 second gear.
pit stops, possibly.
Don't speed, do not speed here. Remember,
Yeah, so
2500 second gear.
I'm checking out to see if the spotter yells at me for going much above
One
the speed limit, which is 45.
35.75.
Yeah, so we haven't really gotten a chance, I guess, to check all of the hitting protocols, I guess, as far as black flags if you're coming in too fast or leaving too fast, things like that. It's a little early in the game, I guess, to be able to be checking all that stuff right now. As far as everything as it stands right now,
Okay,
it's
go.
pretty reasonable. 14.6. Look, these guys are getting better.
Pit road
See,
speed,
give them
45.
practice, they get better.
Eagle man number 2500 second gear.
15.4 to 14.6
Clear to the wall.
is fantastic.
They're all clear, go hard.
Yeah, none of that was set yet. That's the only point I was making. Okay, let's get into. Should I qualify? Now I'm gonna start from the back because I want to be able to get a benchmark. You know, as far as starting from the back, having all those cars loaded up in front of me, and see what the track is, how it's responding so far. And again, with such new items as our new victory lane that has added additional polys to it, which is minimal, but still, and also Torch's new infield objects. And see, it's got the tunnel cut out and stuff like that. So, and we're just gonna go ahead and go right to race, start from the back, and see how everything runs.
Drivers, to your car.
Torch, did you answer me? Maybe I missed it. As far as like, I was making a observation that the people were showing during testing. Is that right? I'll check that in Sandbox here once we get out of this. But I was thinking that wasn't supposed to be. Wasn't intended. Alright, here we go. Go nothing.
Drivers, start your engines!
Yeah, so the starting grids still haven't been 100% set over. You could probably get away with just resetting the DLATs. The DLATs would have to go over to the right. So as far as all of the rest of the alignment, it's pretty decent. We just have to move over to the right a little bit. So it mostly would just be D-lats. You'd have to. Oh, you just put them in there to see how they look? I got you. I forgot what the hell I was asking there. I just had another thought that was coming out of the pits there. The heck was I talking about? I was getting so into race mode here. Nice. Decent double file start. Talk about a brain fart though.
Alright, man. I'll call the green there. Nice smooth shift. I'll walk in front of you. Go get him. Alright, man. Pace cars in. Get ready. Grind, grind, grind. Grind, grind, grind.
Whoa! Yeah, see, they slow up quite a bit right there. That's what I was mentioning before. I'm gonna brake quite hard in that spot. Dogleg. That might require a new race LP, so it wouldn't be that hard to do. Yeah, they check up there pretty nasty. Look at all these spreading out though. That's cool. Decent frames too. Pushing a little bit. Oh, yeah. See, they check up quite a bit in this part of the dogleg.
One inside. Tail that. Keep digging. Caution's going to be out. All the way to the line. Come on. All the way to the line.
I do feel that needs to be corrected as far as like maybe the new LP.
0, 1.
They slow down way too much against that spot. I pointed that out last time we raced on it too. So that's not something you can adjust as I and I. You'd have to redo the race LP. Oh, pace car is out. Oh, I gotta go around him. I'm the last car. Actually, what happened? What happened to who was that? Driving the 4. Skinner. What the hell happened to him? Is that, you the one I got into? I think it is. Whoopsie. Sorry, Skinner. Not bad. Yeah, he's the one I got into.
Caution's out. Caution's out. Go ahead, get caught up.
So our lead segment works, even though we still got our flagger,
8, 5.
not in the right
Stay
position.
behind. 74.
74. I'm like a half lap behind these guys. Yeah, I think I must have nailed Skinner pretty good. I think it was the 4 I got into, wasn't it?
I think pit road will be open this time.
Yeah, new LP I think would be required.
Defender on it.
Just to get rid of that, them checking up there really bad there.
41, 29, 0, 4.
So now we'll end up having a single file restart on this one. So we got those lines are new. Interesting. As far as those white lines, I guess that yeah, a lot of those those lines in the INI will have to be adjusted as far as like when you're clear pit road, when you can basically get on the gas and not go speed limit, such like that. So in the form of pit overlay, if you will. I've demonstrated that, I guess, as far as other track builds like Dover, as far as how you apply that properly. Oops, Skinner's right behind me. A lap down. So the fact of the pitting protocol is when you get into accidents like that, obviously getting myself into the 4, Mike Skinner there, obviously he had to go pit. That seems to be what's fancy. It's cool. Track is looking fantastic. Seems to be running good. I'm just keeping an eye on the frames. You know, with having being here in the back, obviously it's needing to render, I guess, as far as all the cars that are ahead of me, to include all the objects that are now involved, I guess, with the track. To include that infield object. So far, I'm not seeing any problems. This is a pretty detailed mod, as far as from the damage models and all that. I would imagine I could probably get much the same result, I guess, as far as running not the Gen 6, but Gen 6 on the brain, but, well, even Gen 6 for that matter. Gen 6 and or the Monster Energy 19 mod by Splash and Go as well. Okay, so we did go green that time around. Yes, we don't have any track condition lights. That's another thing I guess I take into consideration. So we don't have any means to know if we're still under caution, other than the flag on there. So that's something else that would need to be applied somewhere down the road. We have confirmed that they're using just a a yellow light deal on the fence, as far as to make the drivers aware, I guess, as far as what track condition it's in. Caution or otherwise. Go green this time.
See one to go right here.
Perfect.
Stay on the outside row.
Yep.
Stay
So
behind.
Skinner's a lap down, so you can see going on the inside.
Outside row.
It's normal. That's normal protocols for Enter 2003. You are a lap down, you get the option, I guess, to go on the inside. You don't have to.
1 minute 30.
But you know, if you want to get back on the lead lap, you only a lap down, then definitely. Oh, something else. Oh, I almost forgot. So the fact that the foam on turns 3, so as we come back up here to get the restart, I'll check that out. On the entrance of 3, I made that mental note, I guess, as far as that foam that was sticking out in the sandbox. As long as it isn't doing that the same way, it didn't seem obvious to me anyway, so I'm assuming that's going to be fine. But just to kind of keep in mind, this is sometimes what you have to do when you're marrying together, I guess, as far as the 3D pieces as well as with the geometry. Sometimes you have to kind of fudge that geometry. Yeah, so right in here. So yep, oh, yep, they are poking through. So yeah, that's going to have to probably be adjusted. I don't know if you caught that. I was trying to keep up with the field. But yeah, that foam in the entrance of turn 3 is poking through the wall.
I'll walk in front of you.
That geometric steel will have to
Alright,
be
man, pace cars
adjusted.
in. Get ready. Greg.
Here we go. Oh my goodness, look at them spreading out. Holy crap. I'll give them room. Getting a little wild back here.
20.
Oh, they wrecked themselves.
0.
That wasn't me.
Tail's out. Keep
They
digging.
got a little hairy. Oh my goodness, we got one.
All the
Oh
way
my
to the line.
goodness.
All the way to the line. Big piece of debris at the.
Oh, and that's Skinner again, isn't it?
Marker. 1 and 2.
We're gonna have to watch the replay on that
You got a
one.
wreck in turn 1.
Holy crap, that was nasty. What happened there? Pace car's behind me. That was a nasty wreck. That wasn't me. Can't blame me. We would really like to, yeah, we definitely really would like to see that too there, Torch. As far as more work done on it. I mean, even as it is right now, I don't know why they wrecked up there. I'm gonna have to watch the replay.
Caution's out. Caution's out.
That
Go
was
ahead
what
and
you
get caught
had.
up. 55. 0.6. 8. 2.
Shoot, what lap was that?
Stay
on?
behind. At 42.
Can I do this one? Yeah, I can. So that was on lap 7. Alright, lap 7. So as far as replay goes, I'm gonna check that out. I'm gonna finish this race out. So let's see how long this caution ends up being. It's probably gonna be a little bit longer because we had a dude on his lid. So the way Enter 2003, anybody that doesn't know, determines how long the cautions, how many caution laps there is. Usually depends on the severity of the wreck that caused the caution. And we
Our
got
main pit road will be open this time.
more cars that are laps down. Sucks.
56.9. 3, 8. Slow down, Junior. We got the speed defender on it.
Okay. Gotcha, boss. Yeah, so I really like the way the PJ1, as far as the painted lines, how that painted dash lines, how that's got that PJ1. That's pretty cool. You can tell that difference between ones that don't have the PJ1 on it and that do. That's a nice contrast. I don't know how it looks in reality, but as far as in here, so we got, who's out? Benson, Johnny Benson Jr., and Skinner's out. I didn't really get a good look at. Oh, Terry Labonte was involved. Damn. Yeah, really. They were duking it out there. They got really kind of wide there, I guess, as far as on that initial restart. What do I got behind me? Got Ken Schrader and
1:27.4.
Ken Schrader and Matt Kenseth are behind me. Okay. There must have been quite a few cars involved in that. They must have had to pit. That puts them behind me. So that was, shoot, I lost count. I think this is the third lap. Caution. I think we should be hopefully going green next time by. Dude, that'll be a mistake. Yeah. I'd be surprised if we don't. Not this lap. That would make 4 laps of caution. Our grand total so far, I think, is 7 once we get through this caution. Which would equate, I guess, about 10 laps of actual green flag. Since we did only do a 17 run. Go.
See 1 to go right here. Line up single file.
Yep, here we go. I have 1 more lap. Caution, so that's 4 laps. Overall, I think we'll end up having 7 laps of caution, so
1
green.
minute 35.694.
So far we got 2 cars out. Right? 3 cars out. My bad. So we got Johnny Benson Jr., Terry Labonte, and Mike Skinner are out due to accident. And we saw that one guy in his lid, and I think that was the I think it was Skinner. We'll have to look at that replay. Like I said, that once we run through this race. I haven't heard anybody do the hit the pace car yet. What's up with that? Y'all sleeping? Where's everybody at? Thought for sure someone would have done that by now.
Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! What for?
I'll call the
Thanks,
green
Sarge.
there. Nice smooth shift. I'll walk in front of you. Go get him. All right, man. Pace car's in.
I mean, we
You
are
ready?
in that. It is appropriate.
Great.
Alright, here we go. Oh, man, I got... Oh, man, that dog's out on me. I guess I was just giving him room. Go ahead and dice it out there, guys. Oh,
1
God.
minute 20.770.
That might have been me.
Clear low. Tail is out.
I cut off whoever
gonna
was
be out.
behind me there.
All the way to the
Son of a-
line. Come on. All the
Alright,
way to
I'm
the
done.
line.
I'm done. Yeah, I think that was all on me. I got in, Wait, did I get in here? Ken Schrader. Nope. Oh my goodness, yeah, that was all me. Good lord, that was all me. Alright, let's watch the rest of this. Yeah, that was all me. Right. Alright, so they're probably gonna finish this under caution, unfortunately. Bummer. Alright, let's go ahead and watch it while it continues. Go to lap 7. I wanna see what the heck happened there. Back to lap 7, and I know Skinner was involved. Poor car. Let's see what the heck in there. Oh goodness, he's already wrecked. Alright, let's back this up a little bit. Gotta see what happened. He ended up, oh yeah, he was the one that was on his lid, that's what I thought. What happened here? Terry Labonte gets into him. Oh, man, that was nasty. Look at how hard they were racing, though. That's crazy. Skinner, being the slow car, obviously he was trying to get back on the lead lap. He didn't get going. And a lot of these cars that were super strong. Terry just took him right the hell out. What's up with that? Good old Texas Terry. You gotta love Texas Terry. What are you hyping? What did I miss? Did I miss something? I don't think I missed anything. Did I miss something? No, okay, cool. We're just yeah, so Skinner obviously being the slow car, obviously I got into him earlier. That put him in a bad way, and Terry just had enough of him. What it looks like. Looks like Kenseth got into it. That's why I guess what happened to Schrader, though? Schrader was behind there, too. Let's see what happened there. Check it up here again. What happened with the 49? Where's Schrader at? What happened with him? He was with Kenseth. And they're racing super hard. Oh, there's Johnny Benson got into it. Okay. I don't understand why Kenny Schrader, I guess, was, unless he just decided to pit. I guess under that caution. Yeah, he was still running solid there, so I don't know why he ended up behind me, I guess, with Kenseth. Kenseth obviously got involved with the wreck. Yeah, so the way they get right back into, you know, to take the caution, that seems pretty good. They don't bunch up and get all jacked up or whatever. I guess it's good. Well, as far as them being able to handle a caution, that's pretty. Slots. Did you get a jackpot? Did I miss that? Oh, he almost got one there. Okay, yeah, so it looks like Kenny Schrader just decided to come in the pit under the caution. That's all it was. Must have felt he needed to come down in the pits. That's how he ended up back there with Kenseth. Okay. Alrighty then. Wonder what the heck happened to him. He didn't get into a wreck or anything. He just found it necessary to come down in the pits. Where does he get down to speed limit? Check that out. So, right. He actually sped up there, so yeah. So we don't have it. We've got it set to where this is what I was talking about, the pit overlay. So you can speed up and through here. Technically, in actuality, you need to be down to pit road speed once you hit this line. So that's part of the pit overlay that would necessarily be applied. So he doesn't really get down to road speed until the very beginning of pit road, which is defined in the I&I, right? As far as where the pit road actually starts. You can see he's already down the pit road speed. That can necessarily be adjusted so we can have it so where you'd have to be down to pit road speed once you, oh, that was a quick stop too. He must have just got some topped off on fuel. Cool. Pretty cool to see. So you can see Benson, he had a wrecked car. Got involved with that. Terry, Labonte, and Kenseth. Man, they had some bad vehicles. Alright, they done? Oh, Schrader came back out. Are they done? This is live. Yep, white flag. Hey, what is Kenny? What's Schrader doing? It's got one more lap yet. Kenny, what's wrong with you? What are you doing, man? The hell is Kenny doing? He's running 38. He's probably figuring, hell with it. I'm running in the back anyway. That's funny. Yeah, I think it is too. It's coming along there with some probably a fair mention there. You know, the fact that I mentioned, and we'll see when Kenny Schrader comes around here. I'll put this on. Let's put it on. I want to stop it once he gets there. That turn 3, right there, you can see the foam sticking out. I just want to make sure that's probably the one takeaway. And I also mentioned this before. This is all modeled, right? This is not geometry fencing. That and so yeah, that geometric wall, that is the steel. On this part here, it does necessarily need out on turn 3, entrance to turn 3. I don't know how long it's been that way, but I just happened to notice that way earlier, especially running through Sandbox. So we can confirm that what we see in Sandbox is definitely being presented, I guess, here in the very easily correctable, though. Very easily correctable. Some pretty noticeable cars that you might remember from 2003. Carl Long in the 46. You got Kenny Schrader in the 49. Which was the... He's got the carrot top one on this one. Todd Bodine. Cool. Well, I know it wasn't really much of a racer, but we did get to test a lot of things. I guess just to kind of see how the track is responding, I guess, as far as with all these new items that are applied. So the victory lane being adjusted, I think we're that much closer, I guess, to getting that to where it needs to be. We'll be doing some more work on that to get it compliant to what it actually looks like based on picture references that we've got. We'll have to do some deep searching, probably, to get some additional picture references for that. I think we're in a pretty good shape for that, I think, though. Let's go ahead, get some music back on here. Alright, I'm pretty good to go, I guess, on that. And like I said, I know it wasn't much of a race, but we got to test out quite a bit of what was going on with the track. That last caution there was definitely all my fault. Definitely all my fault. I take 100% blame on that, and that's why I parked it. So, woo. Just hit over the 5-hour mark. Holy crap. Time flies when you're having fun. I did definitely have some fun, but hope y'all did too. For those that are still hanging out here. You spend some more time this week fine-tuning the existing things, right? So it's this probably things like that, you know, the safer turn 3, things like that. I think definitely be a good focus on there. Don't really see any additional adjustment to probably amongst the things that are existing that I think of there, Torch. And I may have already pointed this out before, so I'm just going to reiterate it. But as far as the outfield object, it still has some gaps in there, and I did notice, I guess, as far as panning around here earlier here in Sandbox, you still have some gaps, like, oh, wrong keyboard, hold on, slide that over, bring this one back over. So yeah, this like these gaps that are in this one here, so some of that can be probably snap some of those verts together. It's probably not noticeable a lot, probably, you know, as you're putting them together, but I also notice gaps like this, and there's still that texture misskewing on the back of the wall, at least in some cases on all the way around. So I would maybe check some of the walls on that. It has some texture misskewing. you know, things like that. Just small things. And whether or not you want to do that, I guess, as far as or to wait to do those, I guess, once you start applying decals to the actual safer, which we'll see no need to be done yet. Tend to tiptoe, I guess, around that. The fact that in a lot of these turns here, it'll have like turn 1, turn 2, and then it has the medallion on either side of it, just like we have over here. As far as like that, but also right here. Something I want to check too. I thought I had tested this before, and I just don't remember. So I'm kind of playing dumb here, but I don't remember if you did put population or weekend switch into that. I want to check something here real quick while I'm at it. Yeah, this is some minor things like that. Let's do. So we want to go to just state variable. I want to go to weekend and put this on 0. And do we still have the people in there? No, we don't. So why was that showing in testing mode when I went in there? That's what I was curious. This is the same PTF I got open here, so I'm just wondering why that. Let's check the 3D crowd itself. There's curiosity. Let's do this. As I definitely noticed they were there in testing mode. Yeah. What was the name of that object? It's only the one so far, but. What was the name of that one? I was trying to remember. You don't think, wait, what did you mean there, Torch? Yeah, so what I was just checking out here is the fact that in testing mode, there's nothing in here, but when I did notice going into the sim in testing mode, the 3D crowd was actually in the stand. That's what I was trying to understand. You don't think it was a crowd? Well, now you got me curious now, because I was pretty damn sure it was a crowd. Here, let me do this again, real quick. Switch this over. I gotta know, I gotta humor myself with this. Load this back up here. Just in case there was something in the stands. That's what I wanted to make sure. So that was in testing mode. Okay, maybe it was just me. Yep, so there's nothing there. I just wanted to make sure. I thought for sure I saw something in there. And maybe I had it, I don't know. Yeah, there's definitely something in there. Okay, so it was just probably just me. Eyes are playing tricks on me. I've been, I've had them buried into 3ds Max, I guess, for quite some time. Sometimes that happens. Start seeing things that. But yeah, we can look at it here. We can definitely confirm, and in testing mode, we do not have. So I think it was once we got into practice, might have been, yeah, that might have been it too. But I guess the other thing, do you know the name of that object there offhand there, Torch? What was the name of that deal? I wanted to look at how that thing was constructed, I guess, in, okay, let's go back this way. Oh, I get you. I'm right with you there. It's the fact that I'm a little over 5 hours. I just wanted to verify again just to make sure. So if there is anything like that, you can definitely work on that, I guess, as far as the next time. But not that you want any more additional work, because there's still plenty of work to still do. I got some myself, I guess, as far as with the victory lane. Let's switch this back here real quick. I think what I'm going to end up doing there, folks, though, if y'all don't mind, I'm going to go ahead and just end the stream and do what I consider to be a soft raid. And just, you can feel free to stick around, I guess, as far as for the host at the end of the stream. I need to get some foods in me. And I don't mean to be, I guess, no one that way. Stands crowd? Okay, cool. I just want to look at that real quick to see how that one is set up there. So I'm assuming you probably got it set up to where it shows on all race sessions besides testing. But that's what I want to do. Stands. Oh, I will. I will eventually hear you, so. Stands underscore crowd, so it should be and supports. My Speedway Club, not seeing that one. Stands main. Yeah, making sure I'm in the right one. Why am I not seeing that? Am I blind? Ah, maybe I am getting tired. Holy smokes. So it should be, they're all in alphabetical order. So stands, TMS, stands supports, stands main. I don't see a stands crowd. Alright, let's do it this way. Another way to do that, let's go into object right here. And see if we can select it this way. Goes it in here this way. Okay. Stands. Yeah, so it's not in here as stands crowd. Stands main would be that. Okay, that makes sense. Stands top. I don't think that's what it's named. I appreciate it, yeah, so. I mean, it's coming along here, but it's definitely got a long way to go. I'm not thinking that's what that's named there. Stands media. Grandstands people. Here it is right now. That's what it's named right now. There we go. So all I wanted to do is look at it this way. Grandstands people. Stands crowd would actually be a better way to probably do that. So probably moving forward with that, Torch, that might be a good thing to take into consideration. So the fact that you only got the one piece there, just to kind of get an idea of how that was going to look or work in there. Maybe moving forward, you could probably rename that so it is stands crowd. That would seem to make more sense. That's just something to think about, I guess, from moving forward, I guess, as far as applying the 3D crowds. Oops, so grandstands. Right here. So what I wanted to look at is like notepad. So what we can see in here is how these different state switches are set up on here. So we only got the population switch, and as far as weekend switch, let's look for weekend. Helps you spell it right. Or it's just too weak. The weekend switch is where that starts here. Let's see what we got in here. So it is in here, but it doesn't tell me. Okay, oh, I was wondering. So I'm assuming with this having weekend in here, the people show through every session of the race weekend. So when you go into race weekend, so for practice qual, all that jazz, the people are in the stands. So it hasn't been adjusted like that. The fact that we do have the ability, I guess, to be able to have half stands, things like that, as opposed to full stands, that's full race, that's totally adjustable in that regard. So the fact that we do have the weekend state descriptor in here, that just means that they're showing in all sessions of the race weekend, and not just one or all that good stuff. That's all I wanted to check. So yeah, it's probably a good thing, I guess, to show, I guess, as far as that if you did intend, I guess, to name it stands crowd, that might give you some opportunity, I guess, to be able to change that, be it that effect it's new. The only thing it would require, if you do redo that, as far as the naming of that object and its texture, would be to get rid of this object, which is only one object. So should be all good. Alrighty, folks. Again, I appreciate everybody that did stick around, I guess, for Spline Design Studios Saturday. It's well over 5 hours. I know I've had a lot of fun. I hope you did too. Hope you do have a fantastic rest of your weekend, and we should be streaming potentially at least for maybe some trucking on Tuesday. ATS. That'll be the next stream, I guess, on the channel. We usually have those on. I'm kind of considering doing a earlier time, I guess, for that. Whether or not that's going to work out, feel free, I guess, to check out the Rock Nation. I'm on the Twitter, the Discord, the Rock Nation Discord. All those links are in the channel. Also put that out here, I guess, for y'all. Exclamation point social. There we go. So there's all the social media links to include them in the channel. As far as on the Twitter, Rock Nerd, I will let everybody know when and if any changes to the start times, I guess, for Trucking Tuesday. Doing a little bit of ATS. That should be what I'm streaming next. Also for Wreckfest Wednesday, 5 p.m. Eastern Time. We didn't get to stream all last week, I guess, as far as with all the Twitch things going on, things getting realigned. I think that's coming back to normal now. So I think we're in good shape for that. So yeah, if I don't see you again soon, don't see you again in any of those times, we'll hope we can see you again really soon. Like I said, feel free to stick around, I guess, for the host at the end of the stream. Y'all have a fantastic rest of your weekend. I'm just gonna get out here. I'm gonna get some food and see y'all later.